Welcome, welcome. So, we are all here. I am very excited to be speaking to my fellow team members again about Genshin Impact lore. But if we would like to begin, would everyone like to introduce themselves?
My name is Arnold. I go by Murder of Birds. I've been playing Genshin Impact for too long, since the day it came out, 4 years now. Big fan of the lore, the story, the characters. I've spoken to all of you in varying ways through like Twitter and YouTube and Twitch chat, and very happy to be here. This is my first time that I'm actually like having an in-depth conversation with fellow like peers of the community, and so there's a lot to talk about, a lot to glaze about, a lot to theory craft and speculate and foreshadow, and yeah, just happy to be here.
Well, thank you. I'll go second then. Hello, I'm Khaenri'ah. I'm a member of Team Lorekeepers. I really enjoy Genshin Impact lore, and I am usually seen screaming about it on Twitter. To add, I really do enjoy speaking with the community about the lore, just having other people to talk about it with. So if you ever want to scream about Khaenri'ahs, specifically Dainsleif, to a degree Kaya, but then also not a Khaenri'ah, Mona, I am your person for that. And dragons. So I am very excited for this, and yeah, I'm excited to be here. And
Leah?
either
Oh,
you
Leah,
both can go.
Leah, would you like to go first, or should I go first?
Go for it.
Okay, since I'm talking anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Hi everyone. I'm Roosevelt. I've been playing Genshin Impact nearly since the beginning. I just had missed Unreconciled Stars, so I never had that event.
Burst forth.
But yeah, I have a YouTube channel where I talk about lore. And I also love Khaenri'ahs, and Kaya's my favorite. And Piero. And Dainsleif's, and Dainsleif's hot older brother.
And Capitano, wait, we haven't gone there yet. Okay. I guess I'll go. Alright, hello everyone. My name is Leah. You can find me on most places at WindFlowerLia. You can also find me on YouTube at Seelie Music, because I'm also a singer and a musician. You might have heard me singing in TMB's covers of things, or maybe some other places. I've done quite a few collabs at this point. I've also been an official caster for Genius Invocation TCG when it had its official tournament circuit. So I've had the pleasure, honestly, and honor of traveling for the past year to different places, hosting those tournaments along with my wonderful co-casters. But yeah, I am also a lore creator, which is how I had my beginnings in this community. Just kind of building up a platform on Twitter, discussing things, and really excited to be here with everyone. We kind of have these discussions every patch or so, but we've been ramping them up more and more. So yeah, really, really excited to see what kind of conversations we're going to have about 5.1 this time around.
Of course, this is first and foremost just an Archon Quest based centric stream. It's meant to be casual, but we'll be going off of one another based on the topics of interest. So to those who, oh my gosh, I see Aether in the background. To those who, if you have any questions for us, if you have your own theories, be sure to voice them, and to the best of our ability, we can answer things in relation to the Archon Quest. But I think I want to kick things off because I have questions that I'm very curious how everyone feels and their own different perspectives on them. So, to begin, how does Natlan's Archon Quest compare to the previous Archon Quests you've experienced in terms of story, pacing, and character introduction?
I guess I'll share my thoughts on that first. I don't think I've attached myself to characters as quickly as I did as Natlan. I think they did a really good job at immediately making me I think my favorite characters I think of Natlan right now is Kachina and Mavuika. of like the Natlan regional characters. I think for Kachina especially, I think she was a very strong introductory character, immediately revealing like her shortcomings and like the things that she needs to improve on and how she's treated by other people, because her like the perceived strength she has isn't what other people can see to gain in regards to like the pilgrimage. And so I immediately gravitated to her. I feel like there's a little bit of bias there too, because I've non-stopped spoken so many praises of Avel, which I found out after Kachina released that the Melazine Avel in Fontaine is the voice actor is the same person that voice acts for Kachina. And so when we were like walking in on like the giraffe Saurian, I was like, oh my god, it's literally like Natlan's Aquabus. It's the same voice actor, and like it's a transportation means of getting to the stadium. There's probably a little bit of bias there, but in terms of like the Archon Quest as a whole, like Act 1 through 4, I guess comparing it, I guess like the next, like I guess the immediate thing I'd compare it to would be Fontaine, since that's the second most recent one we got. I think the setting and the themes kind of set it apart, because there are definitely aspects of the Fontaine Archon Quest that there's just something compelling, and like I guess the way in which they told the story, like just being in the courtroom and just kind of putting together like the whodunit and just thinking critically about everything that's being told to you. And like I felt like I was trying to piece together a mystery as I was playing, versus Natlan, which was really about kind of being immersed in like a tournament arc, which I feel like as a fan of anime myself, like being able to just be a part of that is just something like I've watched so many tournament arcs. It's kind of cool to be a part of one. And I know Aether himself is more, he's witnessing it, you know, he's the witness and everything, so it's not like we're partaking, but it's like the next best thing, especially from like the perspective aspect. They did this in Honkai Star Rail. I really like how they put you in the perspective of whoever the focus is. So even though we're the trailblazer and they're the main character from our perspective, it's not all about them. It's about like how the plot's moving. So I like how like while we're in the stadium, where we have the perspective of Kachina and Mualani during the tournament. I like how they started doing that more in Genshin with Natlan. And yeah, I think the war theme definitely ramped up, but I think 5.0 gave me a chance to really love and appreciate the region, the music, the vibrancy of everything, like the atmosphere, and it really kind of picked up quick. Like I can't believe how attached I got to the nation, like when the war kicked off and the abyss was just encroaching and it felt so hopeless.
Yeah.
I was just like, how did we get here? How did I go? How did I like love these characters in this environment and the music, and I've been to all these places, and now I'm just seeing it all like crumble before my eyes. I think if anything, I think my favorite part of Natlan is just how much spirit everyone has. Fontaine definitely felt very different, especially with like the court system and how that's like a part of their entertainment, and it just felt very trippy because, you know, there was the whole like masquerading act, and you know there was something deeper there. But yeah, I think I really like the pacing of Natlan. I love the characters. I think I've gravitated more towards Natlan characters the fastest than any other nation. And yeah, I think the two different themes definitely have their own strengths. Being in a courtroom, having all of that evidence, trying to figure out who done it, being a part of being part of like the solution of figuring it out, versus Natlan, which is like, hey, we're in this kind of cool tournament arc to fight against the abyss, and we're getting like all of this lore stuff along the way.
I agree, and a lot of cases, for at least in my experience, I feel that I have grown more attached to the world building of Natlan as opposed to the characters. Whereas, for instance, in Fontaine, I grew incredibly attached to the characters. I grew incredibly attached to Navia. Fiorina stole the show, pun intended. Neuvillette. They had fantastic. Like, I think for me, Fontaine's Archon Quests, because it was so mysterious, and then when the performance, we looked under the curtain, it just became so much more personal. But that's not to dismiss Natlan, because for me, Natlan is very straightforward. When you get here and we learn what's happening, it's straight out the gate. Like, this is what we're doing. We're fighting against the abyss. Here are the characters you'll have. They each have their own complexities, but it's much more clearer than what Fontaine's was, which was that air of mystery and figuring out what's going on. And here it's very, this is what we're dealing with. We can't afford to have mysteries to that degree. So I I think for me, emotionally, I have to like pause because we haven't had Act 5, so I can't completely say. But that being said, Hoyoverse often cooks, so who knows? But so far, I have been very interested in the world building a bit more than so many of the characters. But that isn't to say I haven't been grown attached to, say, like Kachina, and I think even Kanich has been interesting to me. So,
yeah, I definitely feel the same way. I don't know, for me, the Archon quests that probably gripped me the most, or just like the most memorable, would be Mondstadt, Sumeru's, and now kind of Natlan's. And for me, it's not so much the characters that really gripped me. Like, I think my favorite character right now is Kinich. Though it's a very endearing cast, I feel like it's more how they're presenting the world building. Like, I have not experienced something in Genshin, like the war thing up until, you know, it happened in these two acts in 5.1, like you were talking about, Arnold, like the abyss encroaching. It's like we just watch these characters like already experience grief and loss and like connecting with like their ancestral memories and like all these different like range of emotions that like humans can experience in 5.0. And then going into 5.1, it's like after we got to know them a little bit, we're now watching them like become so close to death. Like they're so close to dying there. I really thought that we were going to see playable character deaths for a second because of how they told that story in 5.1. And not even that, but they lost so many people. Like just because they're NPCs doesn't mean that it doesn't hurt the nation as a whole. Like there are thousands of people permanently dead in Natlan at this point. So I've just never experienced storytelling like that in Genshin. Like they've had dark themes, but this really takes the cake for like tugging at the heartstrings.
One thing I want to add to that too is there's actual NPCs that are gone in the game, like permanently. And I feel like I finished the Archon Quest. You get the Act 4 complete, and then you have that room at actually it's the room right below us, well below me, where it's like the candlelight vigil, and that when I read that note and I saw Vichama's name, my heart like sank into my stomach. I couldn't believe it because he was in the Archon Quest, and I was like, I cannot believe that, especially after everything that like we experienced with him and his friend. And like he like and even like his last words that we talked, like when we talked to him, he was even talking about like how, you know, one day we'll be together again. And now to see the end result of that, it was just like it really sucked. And like one of the NPCs that I talked to when I got to the stadium was there was like a girl who was like, it's almost like a Saurian daycare, almost like at the lower level of the stadium, right outside of the inn. And she's like taking care of all of these little Saurians. She's gone too. And I was like, wow, I can't believe that. Like I'm actually like shocked. I'm like really shocked that there are some NPCs that are just like permanently gone that were there when I started Natlan.
I think you guys have covered basically everything I wanted to say, except I've joked for a while that Genshin is secretly a horror game, and I feel like this quest was like, yeah. because during the war segment, at first it was like, okay, we're just beating up these guys, but then with this encroaching darkness, I was like, oh no, oh no, oh no, and I was like sweating, seeing the numbers going up, and yeah. And also, one thing that I thought was really cool was that since like 3.0, I've been like really big on like Lovecraftian themes and cosmic horror themes associated with the Abyss, and now we have like this eldritch horror in the sky. So I thought that was super cool.
One thing that I wish to add on the fact that many NPCs unfortunately died as a result of the war, something that I've always really appreciated, as heartbreaking as it is, specifically after Sumeru's Archon quests, when Rukkhadevata was removed from Irminsul, how your world physically is changing. It's not like, oh, this just happens and you can just pretend, you know, like this isn't the direct result of certain actions. It's the fact that there is such a tonal shift now, and everything that existed previously with Rukkhadevata has been changed or removed entirely. And then here you see, after the war in Natlan, these people are gone. They don't, like, you will see flowers for them, you'll see mentions of them, or you'll have to just review. And when you really think about, like, it's heartbreaking, but I appreciate that because of how just devastating and heartbreaking it is. Because having such an important story carry those emotions that resonate with you, especially if you're one to explore the world and you're curious about the world building, it makes it all the more impactful. So I've just really appreciated that.
Yeah, it's really nice how, like, you know that there's going to be the same type of story within each region. It's like there's some issue with the Abyss and Celestia, like, basically fighting each other and, like, using, like, the human realm as, like, this battleground almost, like a proxy battleground. And, like, you know there's going to be, like, ley lines that need cleansing and, like, all of these things going on. But they always manage to, like, pull it off in, like, a different way that's still really interesting in each region. Like, I'm surprised every time.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to ask to all of you, because I definitely thought of it during my playthrough. Did any of you guys think we were getting, like, a glimpse at what Khaenri'ah went through?
Yes.
Yes,
Absolutely.
absolutely. So ever since we encountered Storm Terror, I personally was wondering, I wonder if at any point we'll experience the memories of the Abyss sibling or Dainsleif, like just like earlier you had mentioned, like how in Star Rail you experience the point of views from different characters. And I'm wondering if they're going to incorporate that into Genshin Impact at some point, because very early marketing and promotional videos we saw include Lumine running through Khaenri'ah as the Cataclysm was happening. And for me, what we experienced in Natlan, the utter heartbreak, the devastation, the destruction, is that just a precursor as to what we're going to see should that happen in Khaenri'ah? And this time, what will happen? I mean, we know what happens, but how futile it is. And then also just to experience it from their perspective or specific characters' eyes as to the horrors they saw.
I was just gonna say, I also feel like it's not only, like, reminiscent of what Khaenri'ah might have gone through 500 years ago, but also what might be in store for us when we reach the Khaenri'ah chapter.
Yeah, I remember mentioning this, like, really early on. I think it was after Zhongli's first story quest with Salt and Betrayal. I remember, like, during 1.0, 1.1, I was like, oh, I wonder if we're gonna get, like, quests of the past. Like, this was before we ever got, like, ley line, like, tampering with, you know, like the Hidden Strife event with D-Luke or even Kari Bear. But yeah, I was like, oh man, I wonder if they're gonna take us to the Archon War, if we're gonna get, like, a ley line quest where we experience that firsthand, like we get to see it and we're there, even as, like, a proxy, or the Cataclysm, right? The 500-year Cataclysm. I thought of that. I thought of, like, all of these, like, moments in the past that aren't happening now, but, like, the effects of the past are obviously influencing the present, and they're gonna have ramifications in the future because, you know, they're all happening at the same time, you know? They're the past, present, and future are all, like, intertwined. So everything that's happening is still affecting the world, even though all of that stuff is hundreds of years old at this point. So I'm expecting it, especially because, like, we need to get Lumine's perspective on things, or I'm sorry, the Abyss siblings' perspective on things. I've always had, like, this headcanon that it would be cool if we get, like, a story quest from our sibling, like a sibling story quest where we, or even an Archon quest where we kind of do the same thing that we did with Kari Bear, but instead of it being about Kari Bear and Clothar, it's about the Khaenri'ah dynasty, and or even Dainsleif, whenever we get him, that'd be kind of cool too.
Yeah, related to what you just said, by the way, about, you know, time and Mavuika pointing out that it exists past, present, future all at the same time. You know what that reminded me of? This is, like, a slight tangent, but I feel like everything comes back to Venti. I swear to God. There was a part, I'm trying to find it right now in the archive, but there's this part in Mondstadt's Archon Quest where Venti's like, I know every song, whether it's from the past, present, or future.
Yep.
And it's like,
I remember that.
Okay.
Yeah.
What else do you know?
We all know Venti is arguably the most or one of the most suspicious characters. So I remember when he first said that too, where it's like, that's definitely not suspicious. And then he's like, "Oh, hello again, traveler.
Yeah,
How are
that
you doing,
freaked me
Smile?"
out. A couple years ago, I went back and looked at that, and I was like, "What do you mean again? I'm meeting you for the first time."
I
Allegedly.
found it.
Allegedly.
I'm putting it in live chat.
We're gonna go back to Mondstadt, guys. Trust.
I really feel like
We're gonna go back. I think it'll be after Snezhnaya.
Well, specifically for fear of making it a tangent, most of the most end game characters are just comfortably sitting in the land of freedom and
Yep.
being protected by winds. So, you know, it's
Lots
just
of Khaenri'ahs.
lots of Khaenri'ahs just, you know, just there. But you know, shout out Venti Story Quest part 2.
Part 2,
and
Electric Boogaloo.
Barbados. Yep. So I have another thing I was really curious about, because I imagine everyone's would be different. What scene or which scenes across Acts 3 and 4 resonated with you the most?
Roosevelt, you want to go first?
Yeah, sorry, I've been coughing because.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Oh no.
But so the first thing that comes to mind is, so I was screaming. I was literally screaming when they showed Guthred and he was wearing Khaenri'ah attire. I was on the floor, just
When
like, out of my mind.
When I
Because-
tell you, I was like, that is a Khaenri'ah. That is a Khaenri'ah man.
You know, and I was like, what? And why is he calling Capitano his commander?
Yep.
And it was like, oh, they're going to say it. And of course they did his proper reveal. And I was like, oh, that was so good.
Yeah.
So I think for me personally, that was memorable just because I did not expect that. That was just so unexpected. And obviously Khaenri'ah, like my favorite.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, Khaenri'ah, my beloved.
Also, the reveal Capitano was Khaenri'ah. I was debating whether he was Khaenri'ah or from Natlan, and I guess my first theory was right. I went down the rabbit hole too hard for the Natlan one. Yeah.
For me, I look back because I actually went through my old messages to my friends who are not deep into Genshin lore like that, but this is back when, like a few years ago, when they showed the Fatui trailer, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this character looks so cool. And this is when I was really deep into like my Khaenri'ah rabbit hole, and one of my friends jokingly said, they were like, watch him be Khaenri'ah because look at his big dumb hat. And I'm like, his hat's not dumb, but now that I look at his hat, I'm like, wow, okay, it really is just Khaenri'ah's. But also the fact that he was like, the way that him being presented as like, I'm a survivor of Khaenri'ah was, it did, like, I was in denial because I'm like, you cannot tell me another character I love is also Khaenri'ah. Like, this is just, I'm never beating the allegations. So like ever. Most characters I love in this game are either Khaenri'ah or Khaenri'ah adjacent or
Yeah.
have something to do with it. So
Yeah. I like to think we're just judges of good character, because like we just saw him in the Winter Nights Lazo and we just knew, and then it's like Hoyoverse take the wheel, and then a couple years later they're like, your lead, yeah, you know, we've been rewarded with probably the most important of characters whenever like everything kind of stems back to like Khaenri'ah is kind of like the catalyst of the present day plot. So I actually think so. First off, I just want to give an 07s to all of the Bloodstained Knight theories out there. Everyone who gave their
no.
07 to
all the Bloodstained Knight theories out there. It would have been so awesome still, but like I will take the commander of Khaenri'ah for sure. Every scene with Capitano was an absolute joy for me, just because like I was doing chapter 3 or act 3 rather, and I was like, okay, this is great, right? We get introduced to Seelie. A lot of NPCs actually talked about her in 5.0 in the stadium, and I was like, oh my gosh, what is it with this girl? People are calling her a witch, they're calling her granny, they're calling her like a drunkard, and I'm like, who, like, is this lady okay? Like, what's going on here? And so getting her introduced, like the banter she had with Paimon was great. I loved the whole, I love the entire dynamic with her and Auroran, just like a wholesome boy. The fact that he talks to his plants is so endearing and innocent, from like the drip marketing they revealed of him. As much as I was happy with all of the stuff we got with Capitano, I honestly am kind of I feel bad about the final cutscene we got, because I feel like the false sky reveal made everything so trivial with the fact that we just stopped the abyss. Everyone's cheering and like rejoicing. We did it. We won. We survived. And I'm just like, yeah, but like the sky, that's a 4-year payoff. I can't believe they just revealed that. And looking back on it, I'm just like, wow, I completely glossed over. Like, I was just head empty. Like, I couldn't believe that they didn't even tell us. They showed us. Like, they told us enough about the false sky with 1.1, and then they teased it. They had the nerve to come back in 3. During the Sumeru Act 5 and reveal the false sky to Nahida, like Dotori revealed it to Nahida, and then we didn't get anything of that. I was like, you got to be kidding me. I was like so upset about that. I was like, you're literally like, they're literally just like teasing us at this point. And to like just randomly out of the blue, just like, hey, remember that thing we mentioned a couple years ago? There it is. And have fun speculating on that for probably a couple more years. So I think the false sky reveal for me was the most, like, it's living rent free in my mind right now, because now I'm just kind of thinking about what's possibly beyond the firmament, and why are we here? Like, why are we being safe? It seems like we're being safeguarded, at least I think so, from whatever is out there or whatever caused that kind of destruction. So and it's just a massive lore payoff that, like, 1.1 I think was the first like major story event, and that's
yes,
what,
it was.
and that's like what we've had, and that's just never been like followed up on. So to actually see it with my own eyes was so rewarding.
I completely agree. That was probably one of the most impactful moments for me. Just like having that revealed, like, I feel like, you know, they bring it up in literally 1.1, like basically the first event at launch, and you know it's going to be relevant, and just for it to just, like, I don't think anyone expected it to happen right then and there, because there were so many other things happening, and then that just like hits us, and it really does make, like, it trivializes a lot of what we just went through, because it's like, this is going to affect everyone, not just Natlan, right? But I think for me, other than that, it was honestly, you know, like the cliche moment when everyone gets together and, you know, with the power of friendship, like, fights back. Because honestly, like, Mavuika being like, there's gonna be no more casualties from this point on. And there's just like, you know, the Ode of Resurrection coming together to bring back even people without ancient names who are fighting. Like, I think like 3,000 people like instantly revived.
Yeah.
I was just floored, and like seeing the giant sun in the air, the same one that's in that realm Mavuika keeps revisiting old memories from. I feel like that might even be like a representation of her divine throne, because it's the same sun there. She summons that sun with the power of like the 6 warriors, and it's like the juxtaposition of that bright like light in the sky up against the abyss just reminds me of like really, it really is like this sandwich with like the abyss is one slice of bread and Celestia is the other slice of bread, and the human realm just kind of experiencing like their struggle, like both sides of it, you know, because it's not like Celestia is the good guys either. But
yeah.
It's just, I love that.
Yeah, we're definitely the sandwich here, right? But also, hot take, I think the power of friendship is the best thing ever. I unironically love the power of friendship.
Agree.
Yeah.
Never gets old.
The best, like the best part of the, like, of what you mentioned regarding like the Ode of Resurrection, I like sweat, like those, like, I like swelled up inside when I saw the number shoot up and then immediately shoot down when like everyone, it's like, oh, these are all the casualties, and then everyone just immediately got resurrected, and so the number, like the death toll goes back down. I was like, that was when like my despair was turning into like hope, because I was like crushed at that point. I was like, we've been getting kicked while we're down this entire time, and so to see that was great. I also love how Like the whole power of friendship thing it's fascinating too, because like it's like the past and the present are fighting for the future, right? You have Mualani, who represents the present, and then you have Tupac, which represents the last 500 years of that ancient name being passed down, and it's all of the strength in between that time as well. So it's like it's kind of like a timeline. Like Mualani represents the present, and then it's all the power going all the way back to Tupac, and it's all of those others as well. So it's literally like it's the past of Natlan and the present of Natlan fighting for the future of Natlan. So I loved like when she says for Natlan, and then they all say it, and then I'm right there like chanting it as well. It's such a good, it was like it, I don't know, man, like it's such an it's unlike any feeling I've had playing Genshin, because it's like, wow, the nation is truly unified. Like everyone is truly fighting for their future. And yeah, like that feeling is just so, it's such a good feeling, especially since like, you know, now we're turning the tides, and then like Mavuika's shooting like fireballs from the sky, and she's helping you from like wherever she is, and then you're hearing how everybody else is doing on their side, like for wherever, like it just felt like the whole nation was contributing, and it was super epic.
Oh yeah, and another banger is No One Fights Alone.
Yeah.
Yes.
So good, so good.
For me, while there are multiple scenes, of course, the false sky, seeing it actually being breached, just felt so. I don't want to say I feel vindicated, because Unreconciled Stars, my beloved, we do not talk about how we had to consume resin to obtain the rewards, but I will talk about the lore with it, because I love how from 1.1 they established that the false sky was like, this is the false sky. But it's kind of like a haha, Scaramouche, you're being silly. What are you talking about? But this is also when, you know, I was introduced to Mona, her greatness, my love, who herself was specifically taught by Barbeloth, one of the most powerful mages in the world and a member of the Hexen Circle. She learned about the false sky through Barbeloth, which I won't go into a tangent because I really want to know what the Hexen Circle knows, but that's a completely different conversation. The idea that once Scaramouche mentioned how the sky was false, Mona didn't even contest him. Paimon was. She's like, is this an astrological debate? You have to be better than that. And Mona's like, no, I don't think he's lying, because not only have I learned about it, but he genuinely looks scared. And you learn later, well, not later, you learn that Pyro sent him there. So for me, I can't talk about Pyro right now. I was about to go on a tangent. But like, so for me, it's the fact that these like seeds of stories, pun intended actually, are planted so early, and they're slowly, like, I say slowly, but they're now getting paid off. Like we're seeing it, because I mean, next year we're gonna be in Shnezhnaya, so the story has to ramp up at some point, right? And seeing that, seeing beyond the veil, I genuinely just couldn't even speak, because it's like, it's here now. And in story, Mavuika mentions how it was seen as an astronomical anomaly. You know, we can't really explain too much as to what it is. But in my mind, I'm like, where is Mona? Where is Mona? Because we need to, because it creates further implications as to what constellations actually mean in the sky. So it's one of the, like, and fates and everything within the snow globe that is Teyvat. So
hear you. Okay, related to that, I was just looking through the archive at like basically the quest log, because I was trying to like, you know, recall some really impactful moments. The very last subsection of Act 4 is literally called A Fuel Named Fate.
Yeah. And as I look at the all-devouring narwhal's end description, which I love so much, it's the fact that it says, like shimmering, in the most fantastical stories or outrageous lies, the stars found in the depths of the cosmos might be teeming with life, much like Teyvat, and the universe itself is akin to an ocean. Realistically speaking, however, if a profound universe full of life exists, Why hasn't any of that life made contact with Teyvat? Maybe the universe has been constantly trying to infiltrate Teyvat, or maybe a higher power created borders to protect the world, which makes me question what exactly is out there. All-devouring narwhal? Question mark. Also, Alice, you're a guardian of Teyvat's borders. Girl, where you at? We need you. So
Yeah,
it's
well,
like,
that's the thing too, right?
it's that.
They mentioned that the borders are weakening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Specifically,
yeah,
these past 2 years, I think she mentioned in the Wings of Feasting description, she's like, Mommy's gonna get busy. And I'm like, oh, Alice, like, can you stop? Like, we just need you here. But I really have so many questions that I feel I won't even get answered until we're actually in Khaenri'ah. But I also have been very curious as to if anyone has thought about this. Do you have any speculation as to what the Traveler's ancient name could be?
I wrote that down right here. I took some notes before we started. I was like, oh, I want to touch upon this. I was actually mentioning, I wrote down ancient name meaning. I don't know what the Travelers, like, it has to have, I wanted, you know, like how like they have the ancient name and then it means something like unite, turn fire. I wonder if it's going to have something to do with fate, maybe? Like if it's going to translate to fate.
I have a question related to this question. Because I was debating about this as well. And I know Seelie and Shilonen basically are going to be in charge of like forging the ancient name. So the question is that ancient name going to be something intrinsic to the Traveler, or is it going to be something granted by the people of Natlan and like what they think suits the Traveler? Because I feel like those are two very different questions. Like even if they might reflect like a very similar thing, it could still mean like something different. You know what I mean?
And I have a follow-up question to that, because my gut reaction, I haven't actually thought about this much, but my first instinct was to think the name must mean witness.
Yeah,
something,
yeah.
because we've described just that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But then I randomly remembered, and someone correct me on this. So during the quest, Seelie like mentions that we're a descender, but it was only once and nowhere else. Am I misremembering that?
No, that's correct.
Yeah.
Because when I went,
That's weird.
she knew that we were a descender. I think the implication is supposed to be because, like, well, not Seelie specifically, but Mavuika, knowing what she knows, being an Archon, I would give Mavuika a pass. But Seelie specifically has one of those, like, she's known as a prophetess, and she herself was a granddaughter of a very renowned prophetess. And then when we shoot back to when she was drunk, and she
was
like,
mumbling, yeah.
Like she was mumbling something very important while she was drunk, but then she also read the Traveler's soul. Mind you, she also has very specific spells that the Traveler, like how they were able to hear her inner thoughts.
Yeah.
So
that was a great moment.
I think in this case, at least, my only thought process is because Seelie read the Traveler's soul and also peered beyond what most people could. Maybe that's another reason why she, as well as Mona, are my girlies, because she was able to she clocked it immediately. And even though, you know, people will say that she's a goofy, drunk grandmother, when you actually look back into what she said, she foreshadowed quite a bit in the story. Specifically, like, when she was drunk and she said, behind this pitch black curtain, a chapter of hatred reveals itself. Behind the smoke, the lingering smoke. And then she says, warning, warning. Red, the red color of danger, has now arisen within that pair of eyes. Like, okay, cool. I'm like, are you talking about the abyssal, not abyssal, the Cthulhu god that was like in the sky? I'm also saying Cthulhu god because this was actually going to tie into another question I had that was more so just like a talking point of, so we have during Act 4, during the war that you experience, there was a new enemy type, And then you find within those enemy types, which suspiciously look like their own form of like abyss crystal flies, are actually plant-like. Specifically, how they mimic and imitate their prey.
Wildflowers.
Yeah, how they imitate their prey, and specifically how they take this plant-like appearance and imitate everything, all in attempt to get closer to that quote-unquote plant-like world. So it's very curious if you read its description, but then when you actually go further into the quest, we fight the mark of insert name here.
Yeah.
Which is I'm gonna say Gosoythoth, but that name isn't even, I mean, it's a name. It's actually an anagram for a Lovecraftian deity named Yog-Sothoth in Cthulhu mythos. So this isn't the first time we've also had Lovecraftian references. We had it during Sumeru as well, which is, I mean, it makes sense to the Abyss.
And Fontaine.
Yeah.
I have something to add to this. So Netsi was talking earlier in my chat about a GGZ character named Yog-Sothoth. So Hoya has already like used this concept for a character, and I know people who are really into Honkai Impact 3rd and GGZ have related a lot of what's happening in Genshin to things that were like elements of the story brought up in GGZ as well. So there's a lot of parallels that could be learned. I don't know if it's like worth anyone like learning about how they do things in GGZ, but it could give us clues about how they might handle the story in Genshin as well.
Yeah, like I feel like the Abyss is equivalent to like the Honkai in like the Honkai beasts in that game. So there's a lot of really interesting parallels.
Like when it comes to the Abyss, when it comes to the Cthulhu mythos, when it comes to Lovecraftian, I think it's such a broad spectrum that Genshin Impact could literally draw from so much, and it will just lead to, well, the very core of a lot of Lovecraftian tales of just the cosmic horror of everything. Which, I mean, the false sky in itself is horrifying enough. So I just thought that was really, really interesting, because when I think of the title it had too, the mark of, and so I'm like, so this is just a portion. This is what, like, I'm going to assume that whatever is in the sky, like, this is just Act 5, like, Hopium. I think whatever we're about to fight in the sky is just going to become the next weekly boss.
I was actually just about to ask, do you think that's going to be the... I mentioned that during my playthrough. I was like, I think that's going to be the weekly boss. Because we do have to fight, like, we fought that, but, like, now we have to go to the Night Kingdom, and, like, I think that's what we're going to get, like, the full extent of it.
I have something to bring up. I'm so sorry if I'm, like, going through the archive, because I was looking for what Kiri was talking about, and I found the bio manifestations, and it reminded me of something else that I thought was really, really awesome from the Archon Quest. Sorry, this is, like, totally unrelated to what we were talking about, but the reveal that Seelies are angels, and then, you know, Wild, they are basically underneath, like, the ruler of the Night Kingdom, who was a Seelie, right? And, if you look at the manifestations, they kind of look like biblically accurate angels, and so especially I feel like it was a hint.
Yeah, especially the Hydra ones. I'm happy that you mentioned that, because that was going to be my, like, next, a talking point, or more so, like, discussion. How not only is the Night Kingdom a very, very sacred and interesting space, because it was created by the Lord of Night, who she herself used to be called an angel. I'm just going to say an angel. Seelies are descendants of that. And then the fact that there's a divine nail in the area she created. And for me, it's always fascinating, because in multiple areas where there are divine nails in Teyvat, for many of them, there has always been a very interesting space underneath them. Like, there was the interesting space when we learned the chasm underground in that entire event with Shao, the Yaksha, Ito, Shinobu, etc. Then in the desert, there's the Eternal Oasis, which King Deshret used, which has a very unique space. Also, shout out King Deshret for being the silliest guy and falling in love with the Seelie. Also, now we have
Dagner as well.
Yeah, you have
Dragonspine.
in Dragonspine. Then, like, I see in Natlan, the Divine Nail is in the Night Kingdom, which is a very interesting space that acts as the ley lines, but we learn more from the Lord of Night. So for me, I find it so funny that in every single region, there is this unique, almost otherworldly space that is either a direct result of, or the Divine Nail's power is used for those spaces.
We were talking about this last Lorekeepers discussion, right? I remember we were cooking this. Because, like, we didn't fully understand in 5.0, like, what the role of the nail was, but, like, I think we were theorizing that, rather than the Night Kingdom being Natlan's, like, true ley lines, but it was more of, like, a pocket dimension that was, like, I don't know, like, a splice of time is how he described it, within the nail, but I mean, we still don't know the nail's true role in the Night Kingdom just yet. We were told that it's Natlan's ley lines, but, like, I feel like there's a lot more to it that hasn't been revealed yet, and should be revealed, and it should be, like you're saying, like the chasm space beneath the nail, like the, what's the other one? The Eternal Oasis that, you know, Deshret made from the nail, that fell in the desert in Sumeru. Like, I really think that the nail is going to be coming up. Really excited how, though.
I wonder if it's because, like, there's a nail present in all locations that have also been kind of like ravaged by like the abyss or forbidden knowledge. Like it's like a countermeasure. So because the Night Kingdom is infected with the abyss, my question is, how did they get the celestial nail to the Night Kingdom? Unless, you know, because it kind of like we had to take a very specific way to get there.
That's the question I have too.
Exactly. Like there's no like breakthrough, like the chasm. Like there's not like a clear point where the nail came through the ground and smashed it, right?
Yeah,
it's
like it had to.
Like it's in another dimension.
Yeah, it had to go through the earth, and it terraformed the whole area to get there. So I wonder how it got to the Night Kingdom.
You literally brought this up on my stream.
Oh, did I?
Yeah. Wait. Silence the canopy. Come here.
Wait, hold on. Wait, where are you?
You were the one that brought this up. Yeah.
Oh,
go to the Silence the canopy.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I remember now. Yeah.
Oh, are we going to look at the?
Yes,
we're going to this.
Yeah. We're going on a field trip, ladies and gentlemen.
Lumine is going to follow her brother.
The ancient totems.
You pointed this out to me.
I completely forgot that. I was like, hey, did you see under the nail? And you're like, huh?
Like what nail?
Yeah.
The totems are just nails. Smile. They're just divine nails. Smile.
Yeah. I wonder. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if like the Night Kingdom's getting destroyed by the abyss, and also where are you, Leah?
I'm underneath here.
Come up here real quick.
Okay, hello.
This is my OCD. I apologize. Please get this chest.
No, you're good.
Please get this chest right here.
So sorry.
Very, very important. Very important.
Yeah. I'm doing you oh, we got the Saurians here too. Yeah, it's the same kind of blue. I wonder if like all of these, maybe all of these were originally in the Night Kingdom and they just dragged them back to each of the individual tribes as like this will ward off the abyss, and then they just left one in the Night Kingdom, and that's why that one's still there.
I personally would subscribe to that, just on the event that like after learning so much about Shibalanke, the Giga Chad himself, how much he wishes to protect Natlan, and then the following Pyro Archons, like it's a mystery as to how they would even get I say mystery, but through some means they'd be able to somehow get them here to combat the abyss. But it's specifically the fact that it's like you look at the underneath of the obsidian, just like how the ancient name feathers are obsidian in color, and you see this obsidian underneath has the divine nail, so it would naturally be a repellent to the abyss.
Yeah.
So it's not too remiss or unnatural to me to think that they would have them. How they got them here is a different story. Who knows? Maybe ancient dragons assisted at some point, even though they hated humanity, or they were already here and they built civilizations around that. Question mark.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where I think anything is possible, and I wouldn't put it past it, because divine nails again are meant to repel the abyss. However, they can still have abyssal corruption affect them in a way, and the traveler's purification comes into play at times too. So but I'm rambling.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Also, side note, so do remember in the chasm, the nail is called the Spirit Stone.
Oh,
and
yeah.
the Wyab are a collective unconscious of spirits, I guess. So
Yeah,
it's
that's
really
almost kind of
interesting
like
that a
the.
Seelie
Isn't that the same
rolls
name
over
as?
them.
Wait, it's called this. Wait, what's it called in the chasm?
The chasm
spirit-
underground nail is called the Spirit Zone.
yeah, Spirit
In
Stone.
Liyue, specifically, it's called the Spirit Stone.
Am I tripping? Isn't that the name of the thing that broke in the Archon Quest Lolly's thing?
Yeah, wasn't it? Actually,
That
Wait,
was the Spirit Speaker Stone.
Oh, Spirit Speaker. Okay. I was like, that sounds.
Still,
I was
yeah,
like,
so-
that sounds.
no.
So, but it's still sort of like very similar.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
because it communicates with the wild, right? Who are like literally like underneath the Seelie. Like the hierarchy is like you have the Seelie who is like the angel, right? That we spoke with. And then she like rules over the wild, right? Like she's kind of like their leader.
Yeah.
So would that make the wild also like partially Seelies, or?
Yeah, they're all connected. Someone said to the 6 sages.
The number 6 has just been going in my head at like Mach speed, because I think of the 6 heroes of Natlan, and then I think of the 5 sinners of Khaenri'ah plus Dainsleif. I'm just Khaenri'ah pilled.
Yeah.
I love
the
how
six-
numbers
The
symbology.
6 sins of the academia.
Yeah, the 6 sins of the academia.
You can go down the list right there. Then 5 sinners, 4 descenders, 3
3 moon
The
sisters.
ruler?
The second who came.
and a partridge in a pear tree.
Oh my god.
Dave was just about to make a joke about making a Christmas song about this, and you stole it from me.
Oh, speaking of which, I was actually thinking about this yesterday. I got a comment because someone saw the graphic that we used for this stream, and someone was like, "There's 4 reviews. Who would be what shade?" And I started playing like a little like I was like, okay, let's see. So the shade of life, death, space, and time. Which one do you guys think you would be out of our group of 4?
And I suppose I would be Shade of Death, because every single character I like always dies, so I've accepted this fate.
Oh my god, that's so dark.
Oh my god.
I generally don't mean for it to be dark. Every character I have liked across media I enjoy has always died.
Damn.
And I'm like, looks at Dainsleif, looks at El Capitano, like
It's almost as if
this
you
my
have a
fate?
curse.
It's
Yeah.
almost as if I have a certain curse.
That's crazy.
Yay.
Yeah, I was gonna take death because I'm a murderer of birds, but I think that's way more relevant.
Shiryu, if you're a waterbender, wouldn't you be the shade of life? Because Jerry.
You're right. The
And what?
original Dragon Sovereign was the god of life. And then the primordial one said, you know what? I can take that, actually. I'll just make one myself. Speaking of, I do hope, actually, Neuvillette comes to Natlan just for me. Just for me specifically, because I think it'd be hilarious if he was here.
I'm actually kind
That
of
being-
curious why he is like the way he mentioned it. He said he says he feel like he wouldn't be welcomed here, and I'm like, Saurians are great unless other
Yeah.
people have a problem with dragons.
It had to do with him being the reincarnated ancient dragon, whereas Saurians are a more tame. So, well, but he's starting to love humans too, though. I think he would be accepted.
Like, I think many things about Neuvillette, but like, I think I can respect from like a cultural perspective why he'd be like, they would not accept me there because I am who I am. I am also proud of who I am. So, but also I don't think it would be to the point where he would, just start throwing hands or anything like that. I think he'd just it's just like this shift right now and how tense things are. But then he also mentions in one of his voice lines how whenever you take him to Sumeru, he's like, this is an assassination attempt because of how dry and hot everything is. So maybe he just wouldn't want to be in Natlan because he just dissolved.
But he loves the water. He has so much to
And-
say about it.
Yeah, and Natlan's water specifically.
I actually was thinking about theory while you guys were discussing this. I mean, considering that we have like literally what looks like a fragment of Celestial Nail here, like if there is this connection with like Celestial Nails and like upkeeping like Natlan's like very weak ley lines, maybe Celestia just has like a really strong control over Natlan right now because like it was impacted so much by the Abyss, so maybe it had more attention from Celestia. And considering the Sovereign's history with Celestia, maybe that's why he's like, I wouldn't really be welcome here because like
I see.
I have a question that I was rambling about earlier on Twitter that may not necessarily it's one of the questions I have, but do we have any theory? I mean, I have theories as to who the redacted name in the Pyro Gemstone is.
Yes.
Because I personally think it's AIM, which is just another form of Habarim.
Yes, I made a 2-hour Natlan video during the summer where I mentioned that exact thing, and I was like, Mavuika's name is going to be Harborim, and this was before I think Simulanka came out, and then I re-emphasized that, and then I made another Natlan theory video before Natlan came, during Simulanka, and I emphasized, I was like, AIM, AYM, or Harborim. And the funny thing too is, an NPC reveals her name before she did. There's an NPC at the building that we were at when we started streaming. That NPC literally says Lady Harborim. And I was like, oh my god, he confirmed it. So yeah, I do think the redacted is AIM.
So for me personally, I do strongly agree. Because I had mentioned this earlier too in my little thread whenever I'm in lore mode, but with the exception of the Geo Gemstone from Morax and the Traveler's Gemstone that suspiciously looks like Phlogiston, every single gemstone has a quote from the or an Archon in the final act of every region. It's either paraphrased slightly different. It's either paraphrased or quoted directly. And this one specifically leads me to believe if it's like Mavuika speaking to Il Capitano, or if it's like if it's AIM in quotations, because so the conundrum I have is that ours, like the Goetic names are not shared. To our knowledge, the Goetic names are not shared, but ancient names are. And when you read the description, it says a pilgrimage for a wish, a battle to earn a name, burnt to cinders for a dream. If the intention yet remains, achieved blank's truth he has. One of the interpretations I have of that is turning the unknown into the known. Is the he Il Capitano, like he is burned to cinders for AIM's, quote unquote, Habarim's dream. But like at my core, I'm like, what if AIM is the Goetic name for Xbalanque?
Well, that would make sense, right? Because she's the inheritor of his will.
Yeah. So
I was going to say Xbalanque, but so now we're on the same train of thought because I was thinking I have some crack about this, but I have my own reasoning. But go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just got excited.
Oh no, you're fine. Because the longer, the closer we get to regions and the more we read about, like we look into the gemstones, the more I kept reading this description, I'm like, I feel like AIM, like it has to be AIM, because all Pyro Archons, to our knowledge, share the same ancient name of Kiongozi, which means leader.
Yep.
So for Mavuika, it would be Habarim, and for him, it'd be AIM, because AIM is also, it's Habarim, AIM, or a different variant of AIM.
Yeah.
And while they're the quote unquote same, they're not, if that makes sense. Like the duality of that theme recurring. So it's like, for me, I'm thinking it's more so I think the redacted name is of Xbalanque's Goetic name.
I never correlated that to. I thought it was just like, oh, this is another name for. Like, I also thought it was AIM, but I correlated that to Mavuika, not Xbalanque. So actually, that's actually a really interesting thought.
It's also just like once again, the world building of Natlan just really has me thinking a lot. So I've just been very, very curious as to everything that's been going on with it.
Yeah.
And since Il Capitano is so important in regards to the story as well. Like, I mean, if we want, we can talk about, we can glaze Capitano, but it's just, he's very interesting in like his relation to Natlan and how like important he's just going to be. But yeah, I've just been staring at this description because I'm like, a battle to earn a name, Capitano, his relation to the Shade of Death and his journey and all of that. So yeah, sorry.
No.
I don't want to keep rambling too long.
Yeah, so just to tag on my thoughts with this.
Yeah.
So my sort of crack is that the redacted is Xbalanque, the he is Capitano, and the truth. Okay, this is crack, but during that flashback convo between Ronova and Xbalanque,
Yep.
Xbalanque says something about like, oh, eventually, you know, we're going to exceed anything I could imagine, and even your rules won't matter to us or something. I'm paraphrasing.
Sure.
But like he makes a comment about basically not being subject to Renova's rules. So I wonder if Capitano will sort of fulfill that truth in a way, but that kind of also feeds into a bigger crack theory I have. So,
Well,
Does it have to do with Anfortis at all?
no,
Okay.
it has to do with the curse.
Okay, that's also valid.
Yeah.
well, my first thought is that the Traveler does not, you know, abide by Teyvat's rules, so to speak. So, because they're not from here. That was like a whole arc. Like, Teyvat has its own laws, but the Traveler does not necessarily abide by them.
Yeah, he's got diplomatic immunity.
Slightly on this topic, I have a question from chat from Yasmin who says, do you guys still think Murata was ever a Pyro Archon?
Sorry, who?
Murata was ever a Pyro Archon.
Oh,
from the
Murata. Okay.
webcomic.
At this point, the fact that like we're 4 acts, well, I mean they could always pull the wool over our eyes in Act 5, but now that we know that there's multiple, I guess there's no reason to think that she's not as relevant as we would have thought, despite the fact that she's in the manga. But yeah, I guess she could still be, but I guess it just matters in terms of whether or not it was a mistranslation,
Yeah.
like a lot of people have been talking about, especially leading up to Natlan. If it's a mistranslation, then I guess it's not a reality. But there have been other archons, like the only ones that are relevant is Mavuika and Xbalanque. So even if there was one, it's like, you know, how relevant is that?
I think there's a bigger picture here though, because it's not just about Murata the name. It's the fact that there's this entire tribe that was wandering the fields of grass, right?
Yeah, that is
we
true.
haven't heard
Yep.
anything about this tribe.
Yeah.
So if I had, like, again, sort of my own personal crack is, I mean, maybe there was some Earman soul wiping going on, or maybe it was real life Earman souling and they retconned it.
Well,
It's either or retcon or the possibility of, because the Wyub cannot protect them outside of Natlan's borders, that perhaps they forgot who they were as a people.
yeah.
Oh yeah, that I could see that.
Another thing too is like this would have been, that was before the Cataclysm, right? Like that would have been during the Lady Vanessa's upbringing. So I assume they could have also just gotten wiped during the Cataclysm, and then like the new, like, you know, Mavuika died so she could be reborn, and all the other tribes were meant to like rebuild society, and so maybe that tribe just died out by the time everything kind of came back into focus.
Yeah, I guess so.
I
But
think
at the same time, we have a bunch of, like, we're getting a bunch of stuff about, like, Ochcon and Ochcon Natlan, and
I do believe
it just feels weird to me.
Oh my gosh, can you just mention, can I say something real quick?
Oh yeah,
Of course.
I don't know when it started happening, but it's definitely become more prominent, I would say. I think with Fontaine. Well, the end of Sumeru to the start of Fontaine, but like I love so much how Hoyoverse is kind of really pushing forth a lot of the foreshadowing and early teases that they're giving with a lot of these weapons, artifacts, and like descriptions and stuff like that. Because I feel like when Genshin first came out, right, Mondstadt, Liyue, Inazuma, and to an extent Sumeru, like from Inazuma to Sumeru, a lot of the lore that you read, it was kind of like, hey, you can read this if you want, but it's completely optional, meaning that like its influences are in the world, but you're not gonna really get much of it outside of like a cheeky reference here and there during an event quest maybe, or like maybe an NPC mentioning a little bit more about it. But the fact that when we went to Fontaine, they set up the entire like Narcissenkreuz quest line with like Renee's investigation notes and the Nymph's Dream artifact set. And like by the time you get there, and like even eventually like with Remoria with the Golden Troop artifact set when we got Fontaine, it's so rewarding as someone who like focuses and puts like a lot of time and effort into like breaking down the lore and the world building, to know that I feel like all of that investment is being rewarded more and more. I was freaking out during the Fontaine Archon Quest when Risley started talking about Remus and Remoria and you know, the Fortuna and Sibila and all this stuff, and I'm like, I know what he's talking about. I read that book, like I read that book 2 patches ago. This is crazy. Like it was so exciting. It was like, and then like if you read like the Unfinished Reverie and the Talking Stick Battle Pass weapon, you pretty much got an entire gist of what Natlan's Archon Quest was before we even got it. You know what I mean? It's kind of, I almost felt like they were just reinforcing what I already knew. And so I just felt far more in tune with everything that was going on. I was so much more giddy. I think Kenichi's story quest, I know we're talking about Archon Quest, but Kenichi's story quest was great for a lot of reasons regarding that too. And for like the ancient names, which tie back into like Tenoch and like the, you know, the ancient name bearers from back then. I just really love how they're connecting things more and more to the main line plot. And a lot of these things that came across as optional, like if are pretty much kind of like a prelude to like the nitty-gritty like mainline information we're gonna get. Enkanomiya, you know, me and Kiryu were talking about this before we went live, but Enkanomiya has been a bona fide optional area in the game since 2.4. Now, everything from Neuvillette's reincarnation, Dragon King Nibelung, the Descenders, the Shades, all of that stuff is pretty much in the mainline story now. And so like I just love how a lot of the kind of setups and set dressing and set pieces of the story are becoming like a part of the mainline content now. So it's just really rewarding as someone who's been like reading every piece of everything whenever I get the chance. I feel like, okay, this is definitely going to pay off now versus, oh, this is really cool stuff that I can read, but I don't really know if it's going to have like a major impact long term.
I definitely agree with you there. And I think it's just one of those, like, it's so fascinating. So like, I'm just thinking back to everything. Ball Sky 1.1, learning about, like, I honestly think Enkanomiya is when the game really changed for me.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh,
same.
this isn't just a cute little gacha game.
Yeah.
We're getting in there.
Yeah, same.
Enkanomiya, my beloved.
Enkanomiya, my beloved, absolutely. And actually, on that note, in regards to ancient lore, I wanted to discuss Seelies with you guys. So, how do we feel about learning how they were originally angels, and specifically how the Lord of Nights created the Night Kingdom using or having assistance from her other Seelie? But for me, I'm noticing a trend where specific historical Seelies, or those who've implied to be Seelies, are prophetesses of some kind or prophets of some kind. Because I think the easiest example of that is Nabu Malikata, aka the goddess of flowers, who King Deshret fell in love with. Shout out King Deshret, silliest guy. She specifically warned him not to pursue the Master of the Four Shades or the truth beyond the stars in the abyss. He did it anyway, and she decided to support him because of his active rebellion. Then we also learn, and to my knowledge, it's very heavily implied that the Golden Bee themselves, or Sibila, the prophet, was a Seelie as well. So I think it's very interesting how these envoys of Celestia, who were formerly angels, are regarded as prophets and were severely punished as a result. But we keep getting these little, like, they're either grand reveals like the Lord of Night, or they're just kind of like throughout history, they still continue to assist humanity in that regard. So sorry, I just wanted to ramble about that.
No. That's no. I think that reveal was incredible to me too, because I remember when I first was exploring during Act 1, and I see the little fire Monitus, and I was like, what is that thing? It's like this ghostly fire spirit. And then I immediately clicked. I was like, actually, I haven't seen a Seelie since I got here. I'm like, what's up with that? And then the first Seelie we see in Natlan was in the Night Kingdom, and I was like, what? I was like, that has to be important. Like, why is that? And it was right after we talked to the spirit, the Wyob spirit. And so all of that build up, and then the room where where we saw the Great Source mechanism and the Seelie that were flying around there. I think they built up the reveal really well, because there was just a lot of red flags. I think of there's no Seelie here, I wonder why. And then they're like, oh, here's the reason why. It's because there weren't a lot to begin with in Natlan, and they are angels, and that whole connection. And we've been collecting hundreds, if not thousands, of these things since the game came out, which kind of goes to show it's kind of crazy how many Seelies used to exist in Teyvat back in the day.
So I know what Kiryu was going to say, and actually I don't know where it comes from, but I want to pose a question before Kiryu says anything that's out of context.
Sure.
Very important lore question. What do Seelies taste like?
So, first and foremost, I want to know if anyone here currently has the Blazing Sacrificial Heart's Hesitance in their inventory. It is a weapon. It's a sacrificial knife that is a weapon upgrade material that could answer this question.
I do have it in my inventory. I haven't looked at weapons and artifacts yet.
I see.
I'm going to save that, because I'm probably going to check out weapons and artifacts during, when I finish the world quests.
Okay. So in terms of what Seelies will taste like, or what they taste like, quote unquote, this is an honest discussion. Everyone should participate. I personally would never. But I feel like maybe something mint flavored, maybe even airy.
Ooh,
boy.
Mint sounds so refreshing. Imagine a Seelie cocktail, like a mojito.
You guys are going to know something about me in my chat and my community. I despise the taste of mint.
Oh no, I'm not a mint stan person. It's too strong for me, but it's just the color association.
Yeah.
I can deal with it, but it's not my favorite.
Yeah, my chat's everyone's laughing. They're like, oh man, Arnold.
So I think Seelie, for me, they're so fascinating, because this just means I'm all the more excited about Columbina lore.
Yeah,
they can't let me down. They cannot let me down with Columbina.
Yeah, so do you think she's a Seelie?
See, I want her to be not even a Seelie. I want her to be an angel.
Oh, an angel. Yeah, sorry, an angel.
I want her to be an angel who has unfortunately suffered in a
Sorry, I don't mean to interject. I've been waiting to get a word in for a while, actually.
I was just waiting for you to say something, so that's why I was just So go ahead.
No, but on the topic of Seelies and angels, Seelies in the first place, there's a couple of lore books that actually talk about the origins of Seelies, and even though they're legends, they should have some truth in them, right? The Seelies are basically fragments of an original being that lost their voice and stuff. So I'm pretty sure they are just angels. They're fragments of the angels. So I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it does. When we learn about the Seelie through the records of Juyun, they describe them as, and most recently, how the Seelies are devolved forms of angels. But what we see now of the Seelies reportedly come from the ancestor angel, or ancestor Seelie in quotations, that brought cataclysm to their kind because the original angel, or an angel, fell in love with an outlander, which specifically was regarded as a traveler from afar. And once they were wed in the Moon Sisters' palace, cataclysm came to them, and they just suffered as a result. And now, ever since, they just wander the world in the forms that they are and do, still with the drive to help humanity despite everything being stripped from them. So, and the R&R has specifically said that from birth, angels are cursed to like devolve further if they were to fall in love with a human. So I think the idea of a Seelie being the fragment of an angel, and we're learning about fragments of beings, fractured souls, I feel like it's all going to come to a head.
I mean, it's a recurring theme. Like, it's something they talked about in the webtoon that, like, Venti was saying to Vanessa that, you know, the world is, like,
I
made up of parts of gods. And if you think about, like, elemental beings, like, Venti himself is, like, a clear example. He is one thread of 1,000 winds that happened to gain enough power to ascend to Celestia, and actually has a form and is able to talk. But before, he was formless, one of the formless winds, and they are all fragments of Istroth, 1,000 Winds of Time. So, like, these themes are recurring in Genshin. I think the Seelies are similar. They're all fragments of some original being. Like primordial being. Which happen to be angels.
Just happen. Also, every time I look at, like, I think... Oh, go ahead, Rue. Go ahead, Rue.
Oh, with the fragments, I feel like they've been hinting at that a lot with like different things. Like, for example, Sino's second story quest with the fragments of Ba.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I had to say. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I didn't want to speak over anyone while we discuss Seelies, my beloved, because I am very curious. They're one of the entities that I'm most curious about and always have been, because when I originally learned that they were just cursed and doomed for the rest of eternity because one fell in love with an outlander, I'm like, okay, so who cursed them? Are we just implying that the primordial one cursed the ancient Seelie, or did the ancient Seelie, like, what happened there? So
Yeah.
I've just been very curious about them. Though, to return it to Natlan specifically, even though Seelies are related, who do you think Il Capitano's final foe is?
I feel like they're setting it up to be, I don't know how, but like, I feel like the only thing I can think of is that it's the Shade of Death. Cause
Agree.
like like he's lived for 500 years. Also, I don't know if this has been like mentioned or if anyone else thought the same, but like I have for some reason I feel like Capitano is basically what Auroran was supposed to be. So during the Archon Quest, like Mavuika and Auroran both were mentioning things about Capitano, like they sensed something within him or they felt this presence. And during the during Act 3 and 4 especially, like I was like, oh, is Capitano, and like Capitano is actually able to kind of like quell like the ley line disorders that were happening with like the spirits that were in the area or the lost souls that were in the area. And so I wonder, like I know I was joking about this before Natlan came out. I was like, oh, he's giving like Dark Souls energy. Like I feel like he's like a hollow and he's just walking the world as like this undead person because they mentioned that he can't get heat stroke in the live stream. But like in Dark Souls, you go around, you kill things, you collect their souls and you harbor them, and in that game it's a form of currency. But like I wonder if Capitano has like the souls of his platoon almost, and I wonder if Guthred was one of the souls that like got out because like he had like that wound in his chest. And I wonder if he's trying to find a way to like, because even Guthred was like, oh, you're supposed to, he was basically telling, he was like, oh, Commander, make sure you follow through with what you set out to do. And I'm like, what would his final goal be? Then I would feel like maybe trying to set his soldiers to rest if he does harbor their souls within him. And he mentions to the Lord of the Night, he says like, oh, I have a plan, but I need your help. And so I wonder if he's gonna try to find a way to combat the Shade of Death. So I don't know, so either so if he or his comrades can die, or if he's gonna use his comrades, like if their souls are harbored within him, this is just my headcanon, to do basically what Auroran would have done and use their souls to strengthen the Night Kingdom in place of Natlan's lost souls or Natlan's Night Kingdom. That's kind of the thoughts that I came across, but I can't, if it's not the Abyss the Shade of Death is the only other person I could think of, but because like Mavuika's gonna die by her rules, by the Shade of Death's rules, and so he mentioned for Natlan's future, I need your help. So either he's gonna try to prevent Mavuika from dying, or he's gonna take her place. But yeah, I think something to that nature is gonna happen. Also, I think like, so in the Travail teaser, there's like a subtext whenever they revealed each nation, and I think the subtext for Natlan was "Rise, O strong man, and go to your destined victory." So I don't know if that's referring to Capitano either, but because like he's a part of the Archon Quest now. But yeah, Shade of Death. Short answer.
Does anyone else have anything to add? Or
I agree with it being the Shade of Death, just because like it really comes down to Teyvat's laws and being linked to how the Shade of Death set everything up in Natlan. Like, she contributed a lot, like, against Celestia's wishes, it sounds like. Capitano really wants to save Natlan, humanity in Natlan. So I think that would involve changing the rules of Natlan, which would involve going against the Shade of Death. I think that's pretty much what it boils down to.
So I think the Shade of Death for a very specific reason, which Kiryu and I briefly discussed, so I think we're on the same page about this. But thinking about Capitano and his reveal as a Khaenri'ah, and also looking back at what we know about this curse of immortality, the way Dainsleif describes it is it's a deprivation of death. So the body erodes, and it's not the same form of death. And the way he describes it makes it sound like it's not about extending life, right? It's about just not dying. And Clotar also talks about feeling like he's rotting from the inside. So I think, personally, Ronova may have had a role in this curse of immortality by depriving them of death. Which poses like this interesting question, because if death is such a rule, why, and it doesn't apply to these people that she cursed, this could set up an interesting scenario for Capitano, because Capitano, so he's Khaenri'ah and he has the curse of immortality. He knows that Mavuika must die, and he knows the rules of the Shade of Death. And now he's asking the Lord of Night for a specific favor, and we don't know what that is. So my thinking, sorry, this is like, I made a video about this, so this is like a
no, that's fine, cook.
But basically, my thinking is, so any human can become Pyro Archon, right? As long as you go through the pilgrimage, but you have to be from Natlan to do the pilgrimage. So I'm wondering, we were also told that you could only get, like, only people from Natlan get ancient names, but obviously Traveler now has a template for an ancient name. So I wonder if Capitano might want to get some wiggle room to be able to participate in the pilgrimage and basically challenge Mavuika for Archonhood. Because then, and this is also assuming that the deal carries over to the Pyro Archon name and not Mavuika specifically, because then the death debt that has to be repaid, if someone has the curse of immortality, which wins? Is it the curse, which, as Dainsleif also said, is written at a higher level of reality? Or is it the rule of death, which, unlike fate, can't be changed? It's immutable. So
he's cheating.
He's cheating death, yeah. But playing by the rules.
Yeah,
like, he's not. He's doing things by the rules, but he's.
It's a loophole.
I don't know. So, yeah. So it's less of a prediction or theory. It's more of just an interesting thought experiment that it really tickles my brain to think about.
That's actually insane. That's actually, because like if he took her place, like, can you kill him? He's immortal. That is interesting.
I think it would absolutely be a very interesting point to tackle, because we haven't thought about anything like this before, especially in regards to Teyvat's laws and how death applies, because I think of how the Lord of Night specifically said death is a rule, and how like death, like specifically Mavuika's death, is what is to be exchanged for use of her powers. But so now I'm just thinking at things from a different angle. So that's definitely a very, very interesting observation that I actually would like to see more of.
I mean, I also really like the idea, because as a Khaenri'ah simp, you know, I'm like, I want to give the middle finger to the heavenly principles, and I feel like this would be a really cool way for Capitano to be like, ha, you guys are dumb as hell.
And then that also would I feel imply like how would the curse of immortality be for other Khaenri'ahs as well? The reason I say this is because, okay, like let's say that the curse itself is what is, I don't want to say exchanged. That's not the right word. But how death, like cheating death, but also the idea of removing the curse of immortality is just an interesting, it's just an interesting like thing I want to see. And I would need more room to try and articulate on that.
I think it's interesting you bring this up because Capitano like has talked about just kind of like masking some physical change underneath like his clothes and armor and gloves and mask and stuff like that. That we haven't exactly seen in Dainsleif. Like we see more of Dainsleif, but he does wear a mask as well. Like the curse isn't quite like the wilderness curse that completely turns like people into hilichurls or other monsters, but it's like interesting that there's parallels. Because they are getting some kind of physical effects other than just pure immortality, right?
Yeah.
And I'm really interested to learn more about that.
Yeah, the wilderness one too. I think that applies to like non-pure blood Khaenri'ahs as well. So
like people who move to Khaenri'ah later.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking like somehow Capitano removes the curse of immortality or something, and through means they make this elaborate thing for him just to be playable. All of this, and it's just like, hey guys, by the way, here's Capitano drip marketing. Smile. It's all according to Keikaku. So, and I just not on the topic of like the immortality itself, but I personally honestly hope they never show us his face. Alas, I feel like they might. And I will still, love him, but like I kind of like not knowing what he actually looks like.
Same. I think that's I think that's the complete appeal of his character. Or not complete, but like for his aesthetic at least. I also saw like this meme on I think it was Twitter the other day where I saw like a post of an NPC, but they were like designed to look like Piero with like the mask on their face, and I was like, oh no.
No, I hate that. That's my least favorite image on the internet.
Yeah.
I saw that too.
So in my mind, I'm like, maybe. But also he's rot, like his flesh is already like rotting, so I feel like that's like a good excuse to not show Capitano. I hope and pray that if we ever go back to Khaenri'ah 500 years ago, like through some ley line thing like we were talking about earlier, whenever they go back in the past, I want them to show us anything that we could pick up on that's like, oh, that's so-and-so from back then. Like I'd love to see what Capitano looked like 500 years ago. I'd love to see what, they mention like, and I mentioned this too, like with Khaenri'ah, I was like, oh, Khaenri'ah has his mother's scarf wrapped around his arm in the Archon Quest, so if we ever go back in Mondstadt's past and we see a lady with that same scarf, we'll know who that is. So like certain like moments of the past, I'd love to see some of those like visual reveals come to light on things that we don't know yet. But I mean, and also Khaenri'ah just has insanely good genes, so he's gonna be like just as attractive as like any other Khaenri'ah we've seen up to this point. So it's
do think it'd be. Oh, my apologies.
No. I'm saying it's inevitable.
I do feel like there'd probably be, maybe at some point, like a nice CG art of, the past. So, but as always, is Il Capitano stands, and I really appreciate us learning more about him. And his connection to the Shade of Depth. So, Rue, your theory is just running through my mind right now.
Right?
So it's really good. As always.
Thank you. I'm obsessed with Khaenri'ah. I literally can't stop thinking about it. Wait, can I also just say, though, on the topic of Capitano Glazing, one thing that I really enjoyed about the 5.1 quest, I just feel like I gained such a greater appreciation just for like He's like so reasonable. He like cares a lot. He's like basically the perfect husband. Oh my god,
He's so husband material. Oh my god, Capitano twirls
and
hair.
also talking about like so, you know that question about favorite scenes. The way he saved Jelonin like twice. The second time, I was like, sir.
I really appreciate how straightforward he is. Like I feel like
he tells us things.
He and Arlecchino are very similar characters, but Arlecchino uses a lot of misdirection to achieve her goals. Meanwhile, Capitano just like walks up to you, like whether you're an enemy or an ally, and is like, "Hey, so this is what I'm gonna do. You can agree with me or you can disagree with me, but like I'm just gonna do it."
Yeah,
it's interesting to see what happens.
I really like that and appreciate that about him too, because he's very straightforward and he's like, I would rather not have to fight if it came to that point, and I will try to like this is my reasoning, and you know it's one of those things again where Capitano is hilarious to me because while he is, you know, with the Harbingers, once again, as Hoyoverse is doing, we're showing different sides. It's not just the Harbingers. Like here's the Harbinger's perspective. Here's every individual Harbinger's perspective. And then eventually we'll probably get some celestial, you know, perspective in that regard. But Capitano, to me, is really funny because he's by no means unreasonable. He's not really standoffish. He's just, here's what I'm going to do. And yeah, and he multiple times we've seen him save people. So twirls hair. But in a more serious note, like I love that. I love that so much.
When you started
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, when you started talking about you're like, what's so funny? I started chuckling because we both had the same reaction to Capitano after the False Sky cutscene, and like there was like this one shot of an NPC, and then Capitano's just standing there in the back. He's just there, and I'm like, Capitano, what are you doing?
Well, it's
there.
So funny because in that cutscene, you see Capitano, number one of the Fatui Harbingers, and you see this like NPC who's so happy, and Capitano is just standing man emoji. It literally took me out. He is so funny, and he's not even trying to be like oppressive or anything like that. He's just standing.
Yeah.
Also, side tangent for just a second, he is like 2.5 Nahidas tall. I did in fact take pictures of both him and Klee to see how tall he was. It was very hilarious.
I was joking. I was like, it's Klee, Nahida, and Diona in like a trench coat. They're all on each other's shoulders.
Capitano knows about the False Sky, right? Because Pyro like knew a long time ago and sent Scaramouche over to Mondstadt to learn all that in 1.1.
And Dottore also obviously knows.
Yeah.
Yep.
So they all must know, I assume.
Everyone but us.
At least the top ones.
Everyone but us.
Yeah.
Also, I am so sorry. I literally just checked, like, I just saw that, like, looking up is where the False Sky was. Like, the break. I didn't notice that until just now.
Oh, yeah, you can see, like,
you
can see, like, the impression of it on the sky. She, like, broke the skybox. Which is crazy.
A side tangent related to all this. But speaking of unreconciled stars, I think it's really interesting. I don't remember the exact dialogue that was talking about, like, the preservation of Leonard's constellation in the sky. But, I mean, considering we know that the sky is fake, I'm wondering, like, how that works, where it was stored. Was it in the false sky that we see, like, the broken moon pieces in when the firmament shattered? Like, I really want to revisit Unreconciled Stars, where they're, like, just talking about, like, the preservation of his memories and stuff, and, like, how it worked.
Aren't you so glad that we get to replay limited events?
I wasn't playing Genshin at that point, so I literally watched that entire thing on YouTube, by the way.
Yeah, that's I wish you could
you're
replay.
with me then.
I wish you could replay content.
Because wait, Arnold and Kiryu, you both played the event, so me and Leah didn't.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I see.
We're the YouTubers. I see. The YouTubers.
On the note of Unreconciled Stars, it blew my mind not only the idea of a false sky, but the idea that a person's constellation, specifically human will, can be stored in the sky. Mona uses that phrase specifically. Now, as to which sky she refers to, I would assume it is the false one, but it's the fact that Not only can human will be stored in the sky in constellations that shoot across the sky as meteors, should one come into close contact with it, will then share that person's ambition, and they can only see that person's ambition. I just think having something that strong being in the beginning of Genshin Impact is so disrespectful, because now it's like we need further elaboration. I would like to revisit this, but it's also just, really important considering what we know now. So
can we talk about how, like, in like Mona's Golden Apple Archipelago like realm sort of thing, that like the sky was like reflecting off the water, and it feels like really feel like it has to do with like reflections.
Yep.
Go
sorry. Ahead, Rue.
No, you go ahead.
It was just really brief. I just going to mention that water, the sky, and mirrors specifically are all connected in a very symbolic way to me in my crack theory brain, because ignoring that so many important characters are the hydro element, I find it so fascinating that a character like Mona is able to divine from the water, and she can decode things specifically from the divine through water. And you learn how, I feel like I really don't want to go on a tangent with Mona right now, because I also do want to just focus on Natlan at this moment in time, but I just think it's very, very important, and it would be a shame if she wasn't in future content. So I just, sorry, just it's so important. I love Mona.
My also different tangent, but kind of same brained. I was thinking about, do you guys remember in Caverna of Good and Evil with the sign of Apausha? So this big, also described as an astronomical anomaly, but Nastajuna describes it, he's like, oh, it's an illusion, but the abyssal filth that's pouring out is still real. But the sign itself is an illusion. It's like the water's surface reflecting the truth. Yeah. That's how he describes it. So, there's... Yeah, the water scrying thing feels very real.
Right?
Yeah. And she specifically says that in her voice lines, where the reflection of the water... Actually, I'm just going to go to her directly, so I do not say anything incorrectly. But she talks about how the starry skies reveal the truth. And as someone who she herself is going to discover the truth, makes me very worried for her, but I'm also just as curious. So let me find it in the meantime.
Just to kind of give a somewhat of a relevant comment to this, I can't help but feel like Simulanka is somehow trying to. I feel like it told us something, but I don't know if any of us got it. I'm still constantly reflecting on that, but Simulanka is a book, and it's a reflection of Teyvat, and it has events of the book that a lot of those things have come to fruition based on if it's whether it's the forest, the Constellation Metropole, or the Broken Sea, especially Durin's story. And one question in the book that it asked was what is more, I think it said what is more important, or what is more real, reality or fantasy, reality or fiction. And the answer that you were supposed to give is they're the same. And that reminded me of the Thelxie's Fantastic Adventure, which there was a segment at the end where the NPC Zuria, she had this connection with the little Thelxie toy, and it kind of showed her son, and she said in that moment that moment was real, and that was the first instance of a fantasy realm, or fantasy influencing reality. And I almost wonder if the concept of Genshin, or the truth of this world, is that it's somehow not real.
Don't even get me started on this. I'm so serious. I will ramble for 10 minutes.
And, you should definitely talk about it.
And I feel the false sky, in my mind, after seeing it, it's I feel like that is the real world, and we're in like, it almost feels like we're in like a simulation, and we're made to like believe, or we're made to exist in this world because the real world is like scary and unknown, and you know, I don't know what's out there. Fanis also apparently came from out there, and like the narwhal and all that stuff. So I feel like Simulanka will definitely age well as time goes on. Another thing too, just slightly mention of Capitano. I don't know if this was like confirmed. I did tweet about it because I'm convinced, but like the 3 scholars that Capitano like interacted with that revealed where the source mechanism was, they had like an ABC name, and that reminded me of Albizzi, Bobarano, and Capet from Simulanka as well,
Yeah.
which I thought was like super cool.
No, I saw that because during the quest, they make such an effort for like Mavuika to be like, oh, I've never heard of these people before.
Yeah.
And it's like,
Yeah.
So on the topic of Simulanka, okay, I have so many points I want to make. I'll just start with this one. So every summer event is like a precursor and like leading up to like a new region's release, right?
Yep.
And so every summer event has hinted like what's going to be coming in the next region in some way, shape, or form. Like for example, in the Valyria Mirage, like everyone's made of like they're Eidolons, they're Oceanids, just like in Fontaine.
Yeah.
Like there's so many like major plot points like foreshadowed that don't make sense until after the region already comes out and you've played the story. And so, in that context, when you think about Mini Durin, being a character in this fictional book based off, like, obviously, like, a character in, like, the reality, quote-unquote reality that is Teyvat, and how Mini Durin was able to ascend from the, like, fictional pages of the book into reality. Like, I'm pretty sure Mini Durin will be, like, a character
Playable,
we're going to
please?
be, yeah, well, not playable. I think Durin will be playable.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
our Durin.
Oh!
But Mini Durin will be a character we can interact with in the overworld.
Oh, that's cool.
When that arc goes down.
That's sick.
Because that's basically what it was said. It was like, you know, Mini Durin needs to help out with, like, helping the real Durin out. And Scaramouche and Albino are all going to be there, etc., etc. But the fact that Mini Durin was able to ascend from the pages of a book as a fictional character that was written, that has to have some implications on Natlan. And this is why 5.0, when we had our last Lorekeepers discussion, we were kind of like cooking something, and I was thinking like, you know, what if like this Natlan that we're currently in is like it's like a rewritten version of Natlan. The Night Kingdom was the real Natlan that kind of fell to the abyss. Though I feel like 5.1 kind of affected those theories a bit because we learned that the Night Kingdom was the ley lines of Natlan rather than like the old Natlan. But I mean, there could still be some like Irminsul fuckery going on because Arlecchino's flames can literally burn away memories. So there still could be like something we don't know yet that will be revealed in later act that could prove that theory right. But just the thought that like the current cast of characters, like with this weakened system of ley lines here in Natlan, like need to gather the strength to basically like solidify those connections and make them more real in the world. Like let them be able to travel to other nations without needing like special protection from the wild. Like it feels like Natlan's like ley line resources run really dry, and maybe like Simulanka having that like ascension with Mini Durin from like the fictional book can tie into that narratively.
Yeah.
Like our current cast of characters, like I think going back to the conversation earlier about Vanessa, but I think her tribe just totally forgot who they were. Like I'm pretty sure they just weren't under the protection of the wild, but they just forgot. So yeah, I think that is what Simulanka connects to Natlan, and we've just yet to see it. Like the idea of like ascension from some realm. I also agree with you, Arnold, on the point of like Teyvat itself being a video game. I remember there's like an interview near launch that the Khaenri'ah Lore project, I don't know how many people watching are familiar with that like Discord server, but pretty sure there was a write-up in there talking about an interview where it was touched upon that they're experimenting with the idea of Gnosticism through video games. So I really think you're hitting on something. That like Teyvat could be a fictional world and like all these characters are slowly gaining the power to ascend beyond it. Like why else does imagination have so much effect on the world around you? Like how can Albedo like create life from like a half-drawn Geovishap in his character teaser and stuff like that? Like alchemy relies on the imagination so much.
Another thing too, like Mini Durin left the book, but Real Durin, it didn't affect Real Durin. Like Mini Durin became like a real life thing. I'm actually wondering now, because in Simulanka, like the Grandpa Chipmunk, Kadisara, and Stream the Frog, by the end of the book, you can actually, they leave the book and they're in like Sumeru with Nilou at the end. Like if you go to Sumeru, you could have interacted with them. And so I'm actually wondering if those three men that that Capitano met, I'm wondering if they're like the Teyvat reflection of Albizzi, Bobarano, and Capet, or if that was actually them. Because at the end of that world quest in Simulanka, they actually talk about leaving the book.
Wait, actually, now that you mention it, Arnold, because this was a book written how long ago by Hexen Circle member who's like already passed away, Andrew's daughter?
Yeah.
Right? So how would they exist based on like scholars that are like from today's time?
Yeah, I'm kind of...
This is an interesting
I'm really
question.
curious about that. And like, if Mavuika doesn't know who they are, it's like, yeah, because they came from a book that no one knows who they are. And Capitano was like, yeah, maybe they're just like recluse and they just live out in like the wilderness or something like that. So I'm actually wondering if that was them, because there was another quest. But that's the thing too. Like, I don't know if they would be like in human form, because there was another world quest that you could do with S Noir and Razel, and they become like inanimate objects. Like they leave the book and they become like a clock and a box, and they're like, oh, we're going on an adventure, and they're in Fontaine. And so I don't know if you could choose what you look like, because like Mini Durin, I'm assuming, is still a dragon. The forest blessing animals became real animals, so I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, Simulanka is basically just like, I feel like there's just so much of Simulanka that we still haven't tapped into yet.
On this topic, I actually have to mention Barry's comment, which I think is hilarious, from my chat, who specifically said maybe Tevat was just a 200,000 word fanfic Faney's wrote along the way. And you know, maybe, perhaps.
So good. That's so good.
But on the topic of reflections, actually, I found one of my favorite quotes of Mona, which are many. Specifically how she talks about how astrology works in Tevat. And she says, I'm not sure you'd understand even if I told you, but since you ask, the method I use is called hydromancy, the art of inferring fate from the illusory reflection of the stars on the water's surface. The inverted reflection in the water is an image of the heavens from within which the truth of our world can be observed. And I find it very curious that using an inverted reflection is the truth. So, you know, I understand that at times it's like, oh, well, don't take certain things too seriously. But I'm unfortunately not that type of person, because we've experienced multiple times in Hoyoverse games where when metaphors are actually quite literally literal. So it's just one of the many things that I always come back to, because she learned her astrology, or learned and continues to research about astrology and performs divinations. But Barbeloth specifically has taught her this. So I really want to have a conversation with Barbeloth and what she knows. And I understand that, you know, with Alice being the, you know, founder of the Hexen Circle and all of the other mages that are just so immeasurably powerful that even Venti was like, no, I'm good. Let's not fight. It's the fact that, yes, fate is a recurring theme in Genshin Impact, but specifically for me, what always captures my attention is what is truly the illusion versus reality. How reflection affect what we see, and how, specifically in Mona's case, the inverted reflection of water specifically is the truth of the heavens are revealed. So, you know, I will always be on my Mona Hopium train, and I want to learn more about her, because she could divine Venti's constellation and he stopped her. So like, give me my girl her spotlight. But yeah, I'm sorry I'm getting off tangent talking about Mona, but in regards to the false sky and ever since the end of Natlan's Archon Quest, that cutscene was cool. My mind is staring at that void hole that we saw in the sky. It's just been there. So,
So I don't know if Leonard's constellation was preserved in the same space as that broken up moon, because like, isn't said the wind preserved this constellation too? I really need to reread the dialogue from Unreconciled Stars. Because there is some heavy lore there.
what was
Watch party, rewatching Unreconciled Stars.
going down? But what was your question specifically, Leah?
I just want to know like how it was described that his like constellation was preserved in the sky, because I feel like it can give some hints, like the exact wording.
Actually, speaking about that sky, like beyond the fake sky, right? So you had the moon and the dark red sky. I mean, when I saw it, I was like, man, this is horror. This is Dead Space right now. But you know what it actually reminded me of, and I don't quite know how to connect this to anything yet. But have you guys read Time Trekker?
No.
I have not yet.
Oh, maybe I shouldn't talk about it then.
Sorry.
Maybe we should. Well, maybe we should read Time Trekker.
It's a fun book. This doesn't spoil anything in the book, but at a point, there's a mention of a primordial red sky that's dark with stars. So it's not like Cataclysm red. It's like it looks like a night sky tinted red.
Like that red we saw in the fall sky? Yeah.
Yeah.
That was like kind of like glitchy, right? Too, when it cut through, like
Yeah,
literally like a video game. Like
yeah, I think that's like the whatever. I don't know if technology is the right word. Like whatever magic's being used to keep up the illusion. Do you think that's a moon, by the way? That's broken?
yes, yes.
I do.
There is a okay. I don't want to mention anything in case you guys haven't experienced it yet. So I'll just.
Okay. Leah earlier had mentioned about like Leonard's constellation. So specifically how Leonard's constellation was described in Unreconciled Stars as to how it was like kept in the sky TM question mark or
Yeah, I'm reading through it right now because I specifically remember like seeing something about it. We can come back to it later if I actually find something that my brain or.
Oh, okay. Because from the amount of like questions I had for all of us, we basically covered most of them just by our own natural tangential conversation into other topics that we find really interesting. There's
one more thing I wanted to talk about that was brought up in my chat like quite a bit ago, but I couldn't find like a good time to mention it. But the fact that we got the reveal that Phlogiston is like the original Omni element is crazy.
Oh yeah. That was quite the reveal.
It's like something that I've been talking about since like near launch, because there's a name card that talks about like the 7 colors of the rainbow. Like humans stop counting beyond 7 because like when you shine white light through a prism, it refracts into like 7 colors, but there could be more than that. That's kind of like what the name
I
card
love
was
the
implying,
description of that's hilarious because it's like there's more than 7, but people are too lazy to count.
Exactly, it's like an analogy for like basically what we call the Omni element because of TCG.
Yeah.
And the fact that Paimon can convert, like, okay, this is like a TCG nerdy thing, but like Paimon has like some support cards in Genius Invocation TCG, which is like in his like trading card game, and she can convert like elemental dice into Omni, which is like you can use them for any element.
Yeah.
And that really fed my delusions about that name card theory. And then we just have like this Seelie, like the ruler of the Night Kingdom, repeating word for word what my theory was, like just basically talking about that name card and like how like the Phlogistone's like the original version of like the Omni element, the light element. It's so cool.
That's also hilarious because it's insane that they also appropriated Phlogiston, Celestia. They just took Phlogiston and just was like, yeah, let's use this as well for our elemental energies. And
they
it's
really
like,
said, I'm linking this.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's like, wow, Focalor's like mauling right now wherever she is. She's like, wow, and this? You didn't stop there, right? You didn't stop at the dragon's authority. You just kept taking with your greedy, sticky little hands.
Also, oh, my apologies. Continue.
Yeah, I was actually going to say, can you guys meet me down in the bottom right side of the map? I don't know if you guys have or haven't seen this location on the map.
Yes. I think I know where we're going.
Yeah, I didn't want to. I'd rather show than tell. And it is an open area on the map here. It's very subtle, but Let's go
Also,
down.
on the
Oh, okay,
topic of phlogiston,
I know where we're going.
On the topic of phlogiston, I also have to be curious if like Khaenri'ah used it as a basis for azazite.
Yeah, they were researching a ton of stuff as well.
Oh, is this where the nail dropped? Wait, I never found this place before.
No.
No?
Smile.
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 Oh, so it is. So this is where the nail dropped. Okay, I see. I haven't found this yet.
No, it actually no. Smile.
Literally no smile.
Smile.
I'm scared.
Take
Now I wanna do this
well,
real
when you get
fast.
down here, just take a wild guess.
Oh, what the what? No, what is this?
Oh well, you want to? You know what? It's not this big thing. It's what's behind it. That's what we really are here for.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Oh my god, Lux chest.
But
What? There's a Lux chest here?
well, yeah, there's a luxurious chest here, but
Why is this big thing interactable? I can break it.
You can break it.
yeah,
did not
I
break
haven't
it.
broken mine yet. So this might actually be a piece of that moon.
Break it?
If
Sorry,
you-
that
yes.
was a delayed reaction.
I don't know.
Holy.
I didn't break mine yet. I don't know what happens when you break it though.
Yeah, I didn't break it either.
I haven't
So I
I
thought
haven't
it was-
taken enough pictures.
Yeah, I personally noticed how while it's not a one-to-one, this, if we were to assume that it's moon fragments
I think I know what you're gonna
or
say.
a moon it looks very similar to what we saw in the fall sky.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say a fragile resin, which also looks like the moon.
I mean, it also does. Yeah. So,
There's that fun
yeah,
fact
don't.
about this.
Apparently, breaking it triggers the world quest. So just
Ew.
yeah, you can just save that for later. I just wanted to show
Wait.
you, in case you didn't see. Also,
So I have a fun fact about this fragment. So have you guys noticed a texture on it?
yeah.
Yes.
Geometric.
Yep.
Yes.
It
So,
looks
so
like-
that's actually a real life thing that you see in some rocks from particular areas. It's called a Widmanstatten pattern or Thompson
what?
structure. A Widmanstatten.
that sounds German.
So it's basically a nickel iron thing in octahedrite shapes of iron crystals of certain rocks. That's all I'll say. It's a real life thing.
That's interesting.
I believe you.
Oh my gosh, I just realized you're Zhongli. Hello, Zhongli. I love you.
Yeah,
Love him.
Mr. Sussy Baka.
Listen, it's not. I mean, he's just respectfully under NDA.
Yeah,
You know.
I'm on to him.
He's under NDA, and Venti just doesn't want to say anything.
Yeah.
Well, I shouldn't say he doesn't want to say anything. We'll expect the traveler to discover things as they continue on their journey.
Yeah, this was
Also-
a pretty cool like reveal if this is in fact related to the moon in any way.
Also, on the topic of Venti, before I forget, I've always had the headcanon that he sleeps for extended periods of time to avoid erosion. And the Lord of the Night, I believe, mentioned how she also sleeps, but I don't remember specifically what the phrasing was for her. And now I need to find it because I felt like there was like a correlation there. Not like Venti and the Lord of Night specifically, but
Did she say hibernate?
I have to like double check now. Because I do not remember.
But she does sleep because originally we were supposed to meet her in a dream, right?
Yes.
But then she woke up.
Mm.
Oh, I didn't make that connect. Wait, hold on. Oh,
You know how many
welcome
interesting
to my
individuals
new
are
brain rot.
sleeping? The Heavenly Principles is sleeping and recovering.
Heavenly Principles still being asleep after everything that's happened is like wild to me.
It's kind of funny. Like, the Heavenly Principles waking up, Hydro Dragon Sovereign got his powers back.
They're gonna be so pissed when they wake up. They're like, "Wow, we left you guys alone, and this is and you destroyed my world. I'm trying to protect you."
Related, why aren't we taking Paimon with us? In Act 5, we're gonna go beyond the firmament, right? Like, isn't that what Mavuika was talking about? Like, she has to, like, go there to quell the rest of the Abyss, and Paimon can't come. And I just think about how there's a Melusine in Fontaine that, observes, like, the Traveler and Paimon. And, Melusine see the world very differently from normal people. And she was like, yeah, so Paimon is like a balloon, like a rainbow balloon with a string attached to the sky. Yeah, Canatilla book of, like, the esoteric book of revealing, like, the very first part of it.
Yeah.
So, Paimon has some explaining
And she called us
to
a
do.
monster that could devour an entire world.
Okay, I have something to say about that though. Like, I don't think it has to be like a bad thing. I feel like the Traveler, with all of their power, is just naturally strong enough to like hold the world of Teyvat in their palms.
Oh
so
no,
to speak.
yeah, for sure. Like she was that she was basically quoting like the status of a descender.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
There's the extended description for one of the Narwhal drops says exactly that. Like, will you save the world or will you eat it, basically? Or something. I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure the Traveler is capable of both.
Yeah, I think he's because I talked about this in my Natlan theory video, but like there's 4 descenders and there's like 4 criteria, right? Like a will that can protect, destroy, sustain, or create a world. And from all of those so far, Fanis, Nibelung, the Gnosis, and the Traveler are all like a different version of each one of those criteria, right? Like Fanis created the world, and Nibelung with forbidden knowledge could have destroyed it. The body of the 3rd descender creates the Gnosis that sustains it, and then I'm assuming Aether will protect it. And so I think that's just like a very interesting thing for her to like that she was able to perceive that with Aether. Like, hey, you're giving Descender energy.
Also,
he's got that Descender vibe. It's just a vibe check.
Also, I was rereading 5-star, like the very big, super important quest items we receive after Archon quests, and I was rereading the teardrop the tears among the stars, which is that quest item from the Narwhal specifically.
Yeah, this was an essay.
And I was reading, it was an essaying, but like very specific passages caught my eye. Specifically where it's at the end, where it says, and then there are those so-called gods that are determined to save everything worth saving and devour everything that should be devoured until the end of time, until the sea of stars recess into nothing but dying embers, until a newborn world moves for the first time in the stomach of the whale. There will be no more sins, no more sadness, and no more tears, because everything died but the ancient stars. And when I reread this, I'm like, wow, this is very nihilistic. But also the fact that the narwhal itself is still fast. Like, I still feel like I haven't learned everything that I want to about it, because of the idea that it holds so many worlds it's already devoured within itself. And we see that same imagery within the, like, that enemy, that quote unquote, that thing in the sky that Mavuika was fighting.
The same, like, black hole looking thing.
Yeah, and that, like, animo green like color. So I'm so perplexed, but also fascinated as to the connection there, considering how important the narwhal is, despite it being a quote-unquote pet, by the way.
Yeah. Do you guys think we're going to, like, okay, so actually this is a better question. What reveal do you think we're gonna get, or what, be it information or identities, at the end of Act 5? Because I think we've been getting like Descender information, and obviously they talk a little bit about like the next nation, the next Archon. Do you guys think we're gonna get any more like Descender or Sinner information at the end of Act 5? Or if not, what do you think we'll get?
I think it could be related to like what I was basically talking about, Paimon being separated from the Traveler. So it might be one of them we learn something about. We should be getting Traveler's ancient name for the final battle as well. So maybe it might be related to either like some truth about Paimon or some truth about the Traveler.
I personally suspect that we will learn more Descender lore, and I know I'm probably hopium and will always be, but I feel as though we may also learn something about Paimon. I don't know why, something's just telling me that we will. Of course, you know, she's very cute. We see how she has severe separation anxiety when she is not by the Traveler for extended periods of time. And I really think at this point in the story, I would not be shocked if, like, I mean, I would be shocked because they're keeping everything about Paimon on tight. Like, they, like, a lock. Like, they will not say anything. But I can't help but wonder if something will happen. If something so seriously devastating will happen. And, you know, I don't know, Paimon reveals her true form or something to temporarily, like, shout out to the Traveler in the very anime fashion. Or we just learn like, more information about her specifically and why, like, just more about her.
Yeah.
Because
yeah, go on.
I was gonna say, because I love Paimon, and at the same time I also don't trust Paimon. And it's more so not like I don't even know how to describe it without sounding like, I don't think it's like, I can't say that whatever Paimon's doing is an act. I can't say that for sure because I don't know.
Yeah.
But, like, how important she is, I just feel, at least to me, I just feel like it's too, I don't know, we're too close to not know anything about her yet. But that's my speculation.
That would be so cool. That didn't even cross my mind. So now I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm on the hopium train, because that would be a reveal, right?
Yeah.
Because, like you said, she's been on lock. Like,
Related to this.
Mhm.
Sorry, go on.
Oh no, I was just going to listen to what you had to say.
Related to this, I remember in Sumeru, Nahida was talking about how, oh, well, the Traveler's not recorded in the Irminsul as belonging to here, but the Abyss Twin is. And that, basically difference caused a lot of questions, because it's like, what happened to the Abyss Twin for them to be recorded in the Irminsul? But I wonder if the Abyss Twin has their ancient name, if they've already traveled through all 7 regions already in the past, and they were written into the Irminsul in receiving their ancient name and not.
Because on the note of Irminsul, I was confusing myself and even confused myself like multiple times where I'm like, oh, the Traveler is getting an ancient name. Does that mean they're actually going to be recorded in Tavat's history and as a point of Irminsul?
Yeah.
And then I was reminded, like, no, the Night Kingdom is a separate place, so it wouldn't apply. But I still kind of struggle a bit with that, because any form of the Traveler being recorded in Tavat, I feel like sets up so many interesting story points, specifically on the fact that, like, the entire thing is the Traveler is not recorded in Tavat. They are not native to here. There's the mystery surrounding them. We don't know where they come from, et cetera, et cetera. But if they're recorded, then what does that entail? Additionally, the whole burn the old world, Dotore standing in front of Irminsul, what does that imply? Like, I'm just very curious.
Yeah, so we did get the Pilgrim's Chronicle, which is supposed to record everything the Traveler does in Natlan, and the Night Kingdom is Natlan's ley lines. And when you consider, like, Tignari broke down, like, basically what the ley lines are, how they're the roots of the Irminsul, or they connect to the roots of the Irminsul. So I do think that, in recording the Traveler's deeds into Natlan's ley lines, it is going to similar to how, you know, like Enkonomiya has sin shades that, you know, Istarath was basically like leaving an impression of those souls, like on their final day in Enkonomiya. It's just like a snapshot of their last days in Enkonomiya or something. I feel like, I don't know, all these things are etched into the Irminsul. I think the Traveler's experiences will be too, if it's related to ley lines.
I still feel like I don't know enough about Irminsul, despite wanting to learn more about Irminsul. And Dotore is just existing still, which is already scary.
Yeah, on the point of Dotore, there was apparently an interview at a university with one of the writing devs, basically saying that the Dotore tree burning thing will still be, like, relevant in the future, which is really interesting to consider, because we know that Dotore, like, went off somewhere with both Gnosis and has a vial of Arlequins that can burn away memories.
Yep.
And that's kind of really scary to think about, because, like, what kind of experiment you'd be running with, like,
arson.
Exactly. But, like, my thoughts is, and this is what I thought would happen in Natlan too, like, whether it involves Dotore or not, but when you have like a sickly tree in a forest, like a lot of environmental people will burn that tree down so it doesn't impact the rest of the forest. And if part of Natlan's ley lines are like diseased or corrupted by abyssal energy, then maybe what they need to do is burn those ley lines and create new ones, like we kind of learned about was possible in Bedtime Story, and also in the Archon Quest. Like there is like an ancient device that can like maybe something like that would happen here, where they actually have to burn some things, just like in Act 1 even, or in 5.0, because Mavuika burned a bunch of like items that had like memories of old warriors in order to reach the Night Kingdom. Maybe something needs to happen where like something gets burnt. But
so I actually think there's an interesting parallel here, because so the whole conflict between Mavuika and Capitano is that Mavuika wants to preserve life. She wants to take the riskier option to save everything she can, right? And Capitano is like, no, we need to ensure the future. We need to basically, destroy the Night Kingdom. So I think it's an interesting parallel where it's like, oh, I guess the Harbingers also want to basically burn the Teyvat ley lines to start fresh.
yeah, that's like a whole thing too, like that morality debate between Capitano and Mavuika. Because Mavuika's like, there's no point in like people surviving if it means like no one remembers like anything about their history, where they're from, and their identities and stuff, because you're killing the identity of the people in that case. And Capitano was like, but like everyone's just gonna die, and like we have to save humanity. Basically just arguing that like life needs to survive, like even through certain sacrifices. And it's like, who has the right to make that decision?
I really appreciated that, like how you learn about both of their views, and you understand, and you learn of their reasonings, because it's like, oh well, they're both right in some regard. But I will always especially love how you have the both of them fighting, and then there's this shot of like Ororon in the middle being like, "Can I say something,
Mom
please?"
and Dad, stop fighting.
Mom, Dad.
It's like can you stop fighting, please? So I mean, I definitely think that will be very relevant, because one of the questions that I did have was, what are everyone's expectations for Act 5, which we basically kind of already covered, because we're, like, truth be told, there's things I would like to see, but I genuinely have, outside of the main like framing of we are going to fight against an abyssal enemy, presumably with Mavuika, I could not really like tell you, because Act 4 was already so strong. I can't help but wonder what Act 5 will be. Yeah. And I don't think I'll be ready for it, because I know it's going to be just so much.
Yeah, like we talked about, we like had like a brief discussion before we started streaming, Kiryuko and I, where I was talking about like how I was constantly reminding myself of like, this is only Act 4. We got the Seelie lore, we got the False Sky, we got an epic battle with the Abyss, we got all those great cutscene moments, we learned about the origin of Phlogiston. Like, I feel like all of those reveals was what I was expecting out of Act 5. And so for them to give all of that to me in Act 4, even like fighting and winning against the Abyss, I was like, I thought this was going to be like a big Act 5 thing. I'm kind of in the dark about like, I don't even know what I'd expect, because everything I was expecting they gave me already. So like now I'm just kind of contemplating, okay, what could, like, at this point I'm getting into like the crack realm of like, okay, what could be even crazier than all of that, right? Crazier than the 1.0, like, if I'm being completely honest, the only thing that could top the 1.1 False Sky reveal is if we see the Sustainer of Heavenly Principles, because we haven't seen her since the first cutscene of the game. Like, that's the only other thing that I think in my mind, besides obviously like the conflict with the Night Kingdom and rewriting the rules and saving Natlan and what's going to happen to Capitano and how they're going to set up with Snezhnaya and what's going to happen with the Gnosis and like all of the stuff that is expected. But I'm just wondering, I'm like, are they going to give us anything that's kind of like, I can't believe believe it, like, because that's kind of what they say for Act 5. Like, we learned about what Descenders were from Nahida at the end of Act 5. We learned about, you know, we learned about the truth of the prophecy and the, like, the plot twist of Focalor and destroying the Divine Throne and, like, everything else in regards to, like, Natlan and dragons and stuff. Like, Act 5 is where you kind of give, like, all the teases. So I really don't know how, or like, the only thing I can expect, again, we get some big crazy reveal like the Sustainer, or like I expect like an epic fight with the Traveler and Mavuika fighting monsters, fighting the Abyss, fighting whatever weekly boss we're gonna get. Maybe Capitano helping and assisting that as well. Or we're gonna get like 2 crazy fights, like Mavuika and the Traveler fighting the Abyss, and then Capitano fighting the Shade of Death. Like, we just get these 2 epic moments happening at 2 different times. I think that would be insane. Another thing too, they kind of teased this a little bit, like at least the fight in the Abyss, I think, because during the special program for 5.0, the Passing Memories trailer that they gave us, where they were like going through all of the memories of Genshin over the last 4 years, the animation that they used with Aether fighting in the Night Kingdom, I think that was Act 5. I think that was Aether fighting, and then like it ended with like flames showing up, and I assume that's like, oh, Mavuika's coming to help out as well. So I think they actually like were kind of cooking there, like, okay, this is a little tease of what you're gonna get, but we didn't have the context. And so yeah.
Now that you mention it, I feel like we haven't really learned much about the Pyro Sovereign or about like the dragons just yet. Like, we know things, especially through readables, but like, we haven't had any major reveals in the Archon Quest yet, I believe. Just some, like, voices we've heard.
Yeah, for the Archon
I do
Quest.
think the Shade... Yeah, I think the Shade of Death is going to come up. I think that we're going to learn more about dragons in Act 5. And also, there is the whole thing since 5.0 about Mavuika sacrificing herself, similar to Focalor's, that I'm wondering if it's actually going to happen. Like, if she's going to destroy her own Divine Throne when she, like, basically gathers power and fights against the Abyss. Like, is there going to be something similar to Fontaine where we see like a return of power to a sovereign? Or
yeah, they did say though that like I think they said that like death is a rule. So like it's not the fact that like she will die, but it's not like she'll die right then and there.
Well, she already died in the past, right?
Yeah, I mean, realistically, she shouldn't even be alive right now. You know what I mean? I also think they might sacrifice the Sacred Flame to get this done too, because like if you can stop the Abyss, you don't need the Sacred Flame. You don't need the, I mean, I guess you need the Night Kingdom to preserve the nation, but you don't need the Night Kingdom to fight the Abyss. So people can leave the nation after that, because the only reason why people can't leave is because they're fighting the Abyss, so the YUB can't protect them when they leave. So like if you stop the Abyss, the people can leave the nation. You don't need the Gnosis anymore, right? Like you don't, like Neuvillette gave his away. He's like, this is a cursed item. I don't want it in my nation if I don't need it. So like a lot of these things I feel like are gonna resolve themselves once the Abyss is taken care of. And so even Mavuika, like, truth be told, she only died and was brought back now because of the Abyss. So realistically, if she ends up dying, or if she has to die to stop the Abyss, it's like she should have been dead hundreds of years ago.
Yeah.
And so I feel like those factor that I feel like all of that's gonna factor into like whatever cost is gonna have to be paid for the Abyss to be taken out. And then I don't know who's gonna get the Gnosis. I'm assuming another Harbinger. If Capitano dies, another Harbinger is gonna have to pull up, because we usually get 2 Harbingers, like 2 Harbingers per nation roughly. So I don't know if that's like Enter Columbina or somebody else, but
it'll be Columbina gracefully descending and then putting her hand on the Traveler's shoulder and saying hello. No, but all seriousness, it's so funny you mentioned the Sustainer, because no joke, I had the most fan fiction dream about Natlan's Archon Quest Act 5, where it was this huge, like, not obnoxious, but like this really serious fight between the Abyss enemy and Mavuika, and Paimon somehow got in after not, like, specifically being told not to, and then the Sustainer of Heavenly Principles appears because of who knows what, in attempts to capture the Traveler again, and then I woke up. Damn.
You were so close. You were right there.
But it was more so like the idea that this, like, I personally feel we're going to see the Sustainer soon. I can't explain why. I just feel we will. Also, on the topic of the Sustainer and just very curious things from the beginning of the game, I think of like the intro cards, the mysterious KK, like
KK Slider?
Is a Kaslana or KK Slider going to appear in Act 5? I have to know. But I really do think we're going to get very, very big lore reveals in Act 5. I don't think it's just going to be like we defeat the big bad. You're right. I also wanted to mention there's a comment in my chat by Yasmin who mentions the Heavenly Principles isn't awake yet. But for me, they can awaken at any time. And I feel like when they do, it's going to be a grand entrance.
Hello again.
And I'm not saying it would be Act 5, but nothing goes past me anymore. I feel at any moment, anything can happen. So that's just been on my mind currently.
Yeah.
And Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say the I feel like I feel like Celestia waking up would have to be like the prologue to like this war that A and Yai were talking about during like the Ito music event. They were like, oh, there's a war approaching and we have to be ready to fight. And A was like, if we have to fight, I'll be right there. I'll be fighting. So like she's prepping for Inazuma, and then Simulanka, there's Albedo, and he's talking about Durin's resurrection and recruiting Wanderer and Mini Durin to assist. So that's Mondstadt. So like I feel like there might be another like Khaenri'ah, not Khaenri'ah, but like another Cataclysm-esque level war that will affect the Seven Nations the same way that the Cataclysm affected the Seven Nations. I don't know if that's going to be based on like abyssal influence or if that's going to be based on like Celestia like getting pissed off and being like, oh, my damn kids don't listen, I'm destroying the world and starting over again or whatever. But yeah, I do think like Hoyoverse is definitely like prepping some type of end game feud. I don't know if it's humans versus Abyss. I don't know if it's humans versus Celestia. I don't know if it's Celestia versus the Abyss or whatever the case might be. But like clearly there's like a really, there's just something building up and festering like with all of this regional prep. Like they did it with Mondstadt, they did it with the Inazuma, and I'm sure that the other nations within the next couple of years will follow suit. But yeah, I'm wondering when they're gonna wake up as well. But it's a matter of when, not if, at this point.
Yeah, I'm something unrelated. I'm just sorry. I'm like swinging around a ski.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna be right back, but continue.
Okay. Something unrelated. I'm like swinging around as Kinich and aha. What are your thoughts about Kinich? This is kind of unrelated to the Archon Quest, but what are your thoughts about Kinich being like, you know, have you guys ever watched Naruto? Because like,
yes, I have.
In GP, I mean, unfortunately, I've been rewatching it. It's actually really like good, especially early on. But okay, so in Japanese, Kinich is voiced by Sasuke's voice actor, and Aha is voiced by Naruto. And it's really interesting because it feels like the reverse of like Naruto being like a host to the Nine-Tailed Fox, which is like this really powerful being. Kinich has Aha. I just like wonder if there's a reason for that parallel. I really wonder about the identity of Aha. Speaking of like, you know, Arlen was talking about like people being like resurrected or brought back or something, but I wonder if Aha is like qualified, like God or something. Well, that's future relevance.
For me personally, I do not think Aha is simply just this insufferable little sidekick that's meant for laughs. Without going into too much detail, I think that he is information with him is very much so relevant, and with the topic of, you know, fractured souls and vessels being a recurring thing, I think he should definitely be looked into. That's all I will say. So, but on the topic of Kinich, I think he's one of the funniest characters in Natlan, because he's so deadpan. Obviously, with the exception of, you know, him doing everything he can during Act 4, like seeing his like doing everything he can to protect his people was, you know, he's not uncaring by any means. But I think it's just hilarious how he's a silly little guy. He's a silly little guy with definitely not a silly little companion.
Can we?
So I look forward to learn about him.
Can we relocate at the speaker's chambers?
Yeah.
This is just to kind of this is like just a general Natlan question, but what's your favorite tribe and what's your favorite Saurian so far?
My favorite tribe that I'm most curious about and that I love is Masters of the Nightwind. But Scions of the Canopy are a strong, like they're both tied. They're both tied for me.
Nice.
So, and Saurians, I adore the Yom-Kasar. I think they're so precious. But that's just me. So
Yeah, I think, yeah, the Scions of the... So when I started Natlan, I was like, guys, I'm an Earthbender. I took that test, like that Avatar, The Last Airbender, like official test on like the Nickelodeon website when I was a kid. And I was like, it tells me that I'm an Earthbender and that's what I'm sticking with. And so when I got to Natlan, I was like, guys, Children of the Echoes is where it's at for me. And I think by the end of 5.0, I was like, you know what? I think Scions of the Canopy are goated. So I am a Scion of the Canopy enjoyer. They're my favorite tribe. I think the Yum-Kasors so far are also my favorite. I think the tribe I'm most anticipated for is also the Masters of the Nightwind at this point. I'm really interested to see how the Saurians, like, how they perform.
Yeah.
Because, like,
I'm interested
we have,
in
like, the flying one, and then I think one of them's like a bat, and then the other one's like a bull. So, I just want to fly around. I want to fly around Natlan at this point. Like, they already teased that in the live stream. But yeah, Scions of the Canopy are my favorite. I was heartbroken when they, like, took us in the hot air balloon and we just panned over and the whole tribe was just gone. I couldn't believe... I was like, wow, I'm so glad that that's my favorite tribe that we're passing by right now. So,
Wait, sorry, side note. We couldn't jump off then, right? Because when we passed by, I was like, did I miss my chance to save them?
No.
Okay.
That was just like to show,
okay.
like, hey, this place is completely destroyed.
yeah, you can't jump off.
Okay,
until-
heart-wrenching part
because I was like, no, I need to. Maybe there's someone there I can save.
No, that was supposed to be like very
okay.
sad and heart-wrenching. Like there is a reason they use like this little hot air balloon mechanic, I think, because like you're supposed to like take in everything around you and see how hopeless it is.
Okay, well they achieved that. I'm destroyed still.
I know.
Yeah, I want to not only say 07s to everyone during that time, but the fact that I did get choked up and I did cry on stream, and it was so hard. Like when I was rewatching everyone's VODs going through, I really struggled during that part because just like for me learning like Fiorina's personal, like her truth, watching, and these are both different, you know, forms of sadness, but watching in Natlan, like watching Act 4, experiencing the war firsthand, and then seeing, like, going to every single area, having, like, you can't be everywhere all at once. The Traveler can't do everything. You can't do everything. And to debate whether you go to this location or this location first, and then learning that everyone has different routes you can take. Like what broke me was one of the there were two very specific instances. One where you go to assist the Fatui and you find that they're dead, but one like cryo Fatui agent used his body to protect a mother and child underneath, and then you go and see if you try
I didn't get that.
I didn't.
Yeah, they're all different.
I found out afterwards that I missed that because I thought everyone was just dead there. So I had to. I was like, also, if I don't know if you guys know this, but there was like a hidden timer. So like the longer, like if you were idle or if you took your time, like the death toll would would just keep rising.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I had to just keep. At that point I had to just keep moving.
I noticed that as well because I went on Twitter and was like, hey, was this different for you? Because I think the Order of Resurrection, like everyone had different numbers after the fact, and it was really interesting to think about and also really sad because there were things you could do to like make it better or worse, but at the end of the day it was still a lot of people affected. Also, to go back and answer your question, Arnold, I am also a Scions of the Canopy believer. I got out of my seat because I was like, oh, you know what, I'm gonna let someone else sit there.
Just because I got here
love
before
Knut.
everyone, and I was like, what's all of you guys' favorite as I'm sitting in the Scions of the Canopy?
I think Knut is probably my favorite character at the moment, and I just love the Scions of the Canopy, and the tribe I'm the most interested in is probably Insans. I like Masters of the Nightmare.
I'm just thinking back into that. Oh, that part of the story was so good. It was so emotional, and man, like I do really appreciate how not only does your world change, but most people had different results to some degree. Took different. It was very telltale. Which options are you going to choose, and which will have lasting effects? So, but yeah, I'm now thinking we have more tribes we're going to be learning about, but we have one act left. So I can only hope and wonder what's to come. So,
I mean, they could always pull a fast one and give us 2 more acts, but
Yeah, I think Act 5 would be.
I feel like, as you said, Arnold, I feel like the stakes have to be really, really high.
Yeah.
So I think they have to just have one more act that just really just blows everything else out of the water.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
feel like I wonder if they thought because I really do think the False Sky clashed with the victory of I also was kind of in denial. I was like, there's no way we're done. This is Act 4. You know what I mean? I felt like the war and the victory speech and all that other stuff would have been in the final act when I thought that was the main thread of everything, that we just we did it. We saved Natlan, right? But if the Night Kingdom is still, it's okay, we saved the overworld and now we got to save the underworld basically. So I feel like if we did we avert the worst possible scenario, or is that still gonna happen? And if so, that's why I was it was so hard for me to even celebrate, because I was like, if we're not done,
Yeah.
I can't start celebrating yet, because I don't even know if, what we just what we're in for.
Capitano still has that backup plan too, right? If things go wrong enough, he will still try to do the thing.
and to add on to that too, Mavuika did say what she did only temporarily pushed them farther back into the Night Kingdom.
Yeah.
And so there's still more to do. And so, like you said, while watching that scene, after I saw the False Sky, everything else went out the window.
Yeah.
I couldn't celebrate. I was just like, we're not going to just go over that, right? We're not just going to skip past that. And thankfully, the Traveler was able to speak with Mavuika and be like, hey, so what was that? Did you also see that?
Yeah, I was worried that no one saw that, because no one reacted to it immediately. I was like, what?
So yes, I firmly believe that at the very least, at this moment in time, actually, I don't know, I have, I can't help but wonder, Mavuika, oh wait, I remembered what I was going to say earlier. In between Archon quests, I believe that space that we go to where we visit Mavuika, we see her past, I think that's the Divine Throne. I feel like that is the Divine Throne that we're watching when she's going on those ethereal streams, and she sees all of those, those in the past, the heroes. I believe that that is the Divine Throne, and that's what Divine Thrones look like. They may be different for every Archon, but I'm of the belief that that is what it is and represents. But I think back to Mavuika was able to breach the False Sky with the combined combined powers of the heroes, her own power, and then the Divine Throne specifically. And all of that breached the False Sky. So I can't help but wonder what, will it happen again, but this time bigger in Act 5? What, and specifically because she needs the Traveler and would truly appreciate their help, which they've obviously agreed to. So I'm excited. I want the act to occur quickly, but I also need time to process, because I think I'm going to be afraid for what I ask for.
Do you think we'll get the ancient name before, during, or after the fight?
Probably during.
I think during, and I think we're going to get the ancient name as Mavuika sacrifices herself.
I think there will be some I don't know if it'll be Mavuika sacrificing herself, or just near-death experience, or something big is going to happen, which is going to like charge an emotional response within the Traveler, kind of similar to Chaska's awakening in this act, because like Chaska was the last warrior that needed to awaken, right? And it wasn't until her sister died, which is so sad, by the way.
Yeah.
That she awakened, and Mavuika knew it was gonna happen. Mavuika knew that. I think she knew the identities of the warriors before.
Yeah, it is. I really liked the speech that they gave for all of the ancient name bearers when like Mavuika like combined all their powers to for the ode, because like each of their speeches, each of like their little moments like had like their ancient name in it, like Mualani was like unite as one, and then Kinich mentioned the Turnfire. I think Eonsan's ancient name means power, because like her quote, like her line was forgot what it was. It had the word power in it though, so I wonder if her ancient name means power. We haven't gotten her ancient name yet, but I think Eonsan's is power, and then Kinich Auroran devotion, and then transcendence is Chaska. I loved how all of them had like their ancient name in their speech, and then they all just said for Natlan. I thought that was really badass.
Yeah, it was awesome.
The power
Yeah,
of
knowing
friendship.
true
It's
power.
good.
Yeah, that's what she says, knowing true power. So yeah, I'm excited for her too. I don't think we're gonna get her until like I feel like they're gonna Chlorand and Siegeween Eonsan. We're gonna get her in like 5.6.
Oh, now I'm curious when they're going to be dropping Il Capitano, assuming he's playable.
If I'm being completely honest with you, like as my favorite harbinger, I don't know. Like I don't. If he dies, I don't know if he'll be playable. Like, and that's coming from like the #1 official Il Capitano Glazer, by the way, on twitter.com. But like, for some reason, like, I don't know, man. My bro's been fighting 500 years. Maybe he just wants to rest. Maybe he doesn't want to fight anymore.
For me personally, I don't anticipate him actually becoming a playable character unless they do the most to justify him being playable, but I don't see it really. I see him just either sacrificing himself and then that's it. Not like that's it in like a callous way, but they don't really go from that, or he just continues to exist and is just himself. So he's just standing man emoji. So yeah.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Really curious to see Eonsan's involvement in the future, because we know nothing about her tribe, and also like she's barely said anything in either the Archon Quest, and she's like literally the Travail character.
I love her drip. She has like one of the cool, like I love her sneakers. Like I just love her entire getup. It looks so cool.
So true. I agree. I love
Fashion
her too.
Impact is back.
And she's a personal trainer.
But also I think maybe they might be hiding her a little bit, because what we've seen of her, even though it's not a lot, she seems to be aware of like what Mavuika's doing, so maybe she knows some more things.
Well, I think all the
they wanna keep
warriors that
from us.
regain the memories are aware to some extent, because Kinich also is aware. He's very aware of things. I think
true.
Mualani became more aware after inheriting the memories. So, and Shulan's also very aware. I think it just depends on like what stage they are in their awakening. And now Chaska is finally awakened as well, so all the 6 warriors should know what's going on.
Yeah. Another thing too is like whenever I wonder what her like obviously we're gonna get the tribal quests for the other characters, so and it's gonna be interesting too, because I think next patch we're getting Auroran and Chaska, so I think we're gonna have like the Masters of the Nightwind and the Flower Feather clan next patch, which would be nice. So like I guess we're gonna learn about, I guess like the main factor of those tribes is because they came out after Act 4, it'll most likely be like, hey, this, like getting involved in the aftermath of like what those tribes went through, since we weren't able to be there when they when the war was going on. Like Chaska and Eonsan just had to keep going back and forth.
Yeah,
so
well, it sounded like Eonsan's tribe did fine, because she reported after, and she was like, yeah, it's the furthest away.
Yeah. And they're by the volcano too, like...
I'm excited for the volcano. So excited for the volcano.
I'm also excited for the volcano because I can't help but think of Traveler's conversation they have with Paimon about, you know, everything within the volcano. But also, just for me, this could be super hopium. I just want to see Mavuika go all out, like super all out, and her hair becomes blue. Just for me.
Blue fire? Yeah. Oh my god,
Yeah,
that'd be
I just
sick.
want to see it.
Ooh.
That'd be sick.
So
That would be sick.
I'll be honest, like, I think my most anticipated thing for Natlan, besides the Archon Quest, is Mare Javari expansion.
I'm
Oh,
so
yeah.
waiting for the Mare Javari.
I want to know, I haven't talked to every NPC. I haven't done everything in the nation yet, but like, I really, really, really hope someone in this nation talks about Stanley from Venti's story quest. Like, the fact that he adventured to the Mare Javari, he saved Hans Archibald, his friend, and that's where he died as well. So, and he's like the great adventurer Stanley. So I really hope that, like, that's like and on top of that, that's the battleground for where Tenoch and the warriors fought at the Abyss 500 years ago. So that's like ground zero of like the Natlan Cataclysm that created the Mare Javari. So, that's like my most anticipated, like, besides the volcano, whenever we get that. I'm assuming we're going to go there. Like, you can't just have a volcano and not let us go to it.
No, I agree with you, and I feel like we're gonna get Venti's second story quest whenever the Mare Javari is finally released. We're gonna get so much more dropped on our head.
Still waiting for Ludi Harpastum.
oh my gosh, it's been a while.
That is going to be Venti's second story quest. It's going to be Ludi Harpastum, so that way everyone can experience it. Trust. And then Anvarka will come back. Like, it's going to be the year of Mondstadt. We're getting everything. Istaroth, Alice, Grandmaster Varka, Ludi Harpastum, Copium.
I do have to say really quickly that I did make a really silly comment about this on Twitter about how Tevat is struggling to stay together. And one of my favorite comments was like, and Varka still has not returned from the expedition. Get back to Mondstadt. Yeah, there's a lot to look forward to with Genshin Impact. So I'm very excited. And once the time comes, once hopefully everyone will be able to like catch up with World Quests and stuff like that, and the Natlan book collections. Please look at the book collections. It'll be an interesting conversation.
Yeah, we can have like more discussions once we like go more into depth on like the readables and world quests and stuff like that, because there's always more than the Archon Quest tells you hidden in those quests and things.
Out of curiosity, how far are you guys in the world quest? Like, what world quests have you guys done? The only one that I've done is the Shadow Pins.
Yeah, I've only done that one as well.
Okay.
I have done almost all of them. I think I'm missing one, maybe one or two, but a lot of what I wish to say, I cannot because it's very world questy. So
okay, no, that's fair.
I've also done all of them, so
nice. Okay.
I need to get on them. I just haven't had time between like work and other things I'm doing. It's like been a crazy
I understand, but like you guys also want to stream them too, which is also a time constraint that I don't have because I can speed.
Yeah. I recently just did Jalonen's quest yesterday, so I'm done with all the tribal stuff.
I'm excited to do that one. I might do that one tonight or maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, that one was great. I liked it. I liked it a lot.
In general, I feel like everything is good. Like, just the quality of quests are pretty high.
Yeah, I agree. Kinich was just lore incarnate. Like, we got so much out of his. It was so fantastic. And voiced Enjo / Sanka finally after like years of being locked away behind limited 2.5. I was so happy.
Okay, this reminds me of one of the reasons why I think we might get Paimon lore in Act 5, because like not only was like the separation between the Traveler and Paimon for the fight in Act 5 like some kind of foreshadowing, but also Enjo appeared in Kinich's freaking tribal quest.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you guys remember what Enjo said about Paimon way back in Enkonomia.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe this little companion may betray you. Smile.
Yeah. You know what? Ever since that moment, that was the catalyst for every other little nudge that every time. Like, from 2.4, when Enjo said that, up to now, there has been countless moments where Paimon will say something along the lines of, "Oh, Traveler, you'll always have me by your side," or something to that extent, something to that effect. It has been constantly thrown in our faces. So, like, I will not be surprised the day Paimon gets kidnapped, or Paimon betrays us, or Paimon's true nature is revealed and we find out what she actually is. Truth be told, I don't even think she knows what she is or how she came to be or her past before meeting us.
I agree.
So like, even if she is like this Sussmon spy like invention that for some reason nobody in Teyvat ever questions that there's only one of her, I honestly think like she's none the wiser. So like, I don't even consider her to be like nefarious if something like that were to happen. I'm not going to be surprised when it happens.
I think she's Golbified, which is like one of my favorite terms to use, by the way.
Yeah, I love how
also,
that's just a coined term now after Moonchase.
So I also believe she's Golbified. And really quickly, I do personally feel one of my main theories about Paimon is specifically, I don't think she realizes that she's a sleeper agent for Celestia. And I think that when that time comes, it's going to be framed in the sense of she is betraying the Traveler. And it'll be something that truly breaks her heart, but she will have to truly struggle with trying to break her quote unquote, like where she comes from and what her true role is. Because like you mentioned, they're like, I'm your best friend. You mean the world to me. I, never want to leave your side. I'll always be here. And I'm sorry, respectfully, to those who play JRPGs, to those who watch anime, yeah, you can't be a bigger red flag than that. So assuming it's not a red herring, I do think that it's one of those things. And I also do want to mention in between this, I tried to mention it earlier. How is everyone currently feeling? Like, are we hungry? Do we need to like pause? Do we want to keep going? Because I just want to make sure everyone's okay.
I'm okay.
I'm pretty hungry. I might actually head off for dinner right now. But yeah, it's been really fun. I'm so glad to have been able to join you guys. Feel free to continue after I leave.
Yeah. I just wanted to like touch base because I know we've been like going for 3 hours now, and lore talk can get really like intense. So I just want to make sure.
It's super fun. We've talked about like a lot of really interesting things, and I definitely appreciate having Arnold here for the Lore
for the first time
as well.
I'm so happy.
I know, you need to join us more often. We need to have these more often. They're really fun.
I mean, admittedly, I mentioned this with Kiryu earlier, like 90% of the conversations you guys have had with Genshin, I'm not up to date with stuff because I'm like catching up with X, Y, or Z. So I just, unfortunately, like a lot of those conversations, I'm not really able to partake with others. And not a lot of people do stuff like this anyway, where like everyone just gets together and like discusses like in-depth lore with the game. So this is also, I feel like, a very underserved fashion of content, or just even just talking about Genshin lore. You know what I mean? Like I've rarely done something like this with like my peers, basically. So yeah, I'd love to do this as often as our schedules will allow it.
I really feel you on that though, Arnold. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say, I do think it helps to like restrict the the concept or like the things we're talking about to like an Archon Quest, for example.
Yeah.
So it's like that's easier to follow, and there's plenty of things to talk about. So
I think.
Yeah, I like that too, and then we can always have like later discussions about like more in-depth things and just kind of like break it down that way. And because there's always so much to talk about, especially if we're trying to recap everything in one patch, like at the end, which is what we've historically done. So yeah, it's nice, especially for me. I am working full-time on top of like doing music things and lore and streaming and etc. So like I am in a similar boat where it's like I can only budget so much time to playing things on stream, and so I fall behind everyone very quickly, even though I love discussing. It's like I can always join the discussion. So I feel you.
I honestly think the best part about this is that like I said, I yapped for the last 3 hours about Genshin lore, and you guys understood what I was talking about.
Yeah, I mean that too. Like it's nice to be among peers that really care about the story.
And I really just have to emphasize, like, this will be like really, comfy like stuff, but like I genuinely love talking about Genshin lore with you guys, and just everyone who is patient enough to just listen to you, because it's unfortunate when you have like a lot you want to say about a series you really love and the story, but you don't really have like anyone to talk about it with. But like that's one of the reasons why I thoroughly enjoy having like conversations like this, and even just stuff with community too. It's so engaging, and I really, really love it. And seeing different, or not only reading, but like listening to different perspectives as to different theories, speculations, and stuff like that. Because we all just love, lore. So this is one of those things, because I know I can just message Rue and, she'll just tell me a bunch about Khaenri'ah, and I'll be like, yes, I will eat it up. Like Khaenri'ah stand unite. It's just, I love stuff like that. So, and also I love like everyone's communities for, just having a comfy lore community. So yeah, I just wanted to say that. Sorry.
No, absolutely. So I guess in closing then, one final question. How do you guys think Pyro Traveler is gonna play? Like elemental skill and burst. Like how do you guys think they're gonna?
Ooh, I actually haven't thought about this too much. I've just been thinking of Mavuika.
Yeah, so I mean, I feel like there's
First off, do you think they're gonna be good?
Who knows? I think there's a very valid theory that ties like the travelers, like elemental powers, with like the sovereigns, with like the archons.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen either.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
So
I feel like Pyro Traveler would definitely get their abilities after. I think it's either going to be during or maybe like.
Well, we'd have to resonate with the statue, so it would probably be
you have
after.
to like resonate. Yeah, so like after everything that's happened through like Mavuika or Shibalanke's blessing or something. I have no idea. But like, in terms of if the Pyro Traveler will be good, I wish I could answer that, because the only Traveler element I really use is Dendro.
Same.
So I can't really say, but I will always still be of the firm belief that all of the Travelers' elemental abilities are just baby versions of what the Sovereigns can do.
Yeah.
So
Mavuika was throwing fireballs in the trailer, so I'm expecting a fireball of some. Like I'm expecting Zach to just be like fireball, like as his like battle quote at the very least.
Yeah.
As for the burst, I don't know. Like, if it was up to me, like craziness, I'd say like I don't know, like dragon fire wings or something like that. Also, would that technically mean is Aether gonna have a Night Souls blessing mechanic as well?
I think
Hydro Traveler has. So I wonder if he's gonna also have like because like they all have exploration mechanics with their skills. So I'm actually I just thought of that. I was like, wait a minute.
I personally think that the Traveler will have a Night Soul like ability, because since they'll have an ancient name and they'll be a part of all of that. I do think that they will have that, and they will have their own exploration kind of ability. It won't be to the extent of the 5-stars that they have to sell, cough cough. But like I do think the Traveler will have this very golden appearance with their Night Soul abilities. And I do think that it's going to be, at least I hope it's going to be really fun for the Pyro Traveler. But that's only speculation on my part.
Yeah,
so.
Of course. Yeah, they also they've been giving out. Oh, sorry. They've been giving out the blazing flint ore. Those might be the constellations, because you get like one per.
I agree.
One per tribe. So they're already prepping us for it.
Wait, sorry. Side note, Arnold.
Sure.
Why do you have so many of the boxes?
Oh, I don't open them. I'm a genuine hoarder.
Yeah, hoarder Arnold.
I've been doing Spiral Abyss. I've been doing. Well, you think those are so many artifacts? I also have maxed out artifacts on me at this moment. I'm overcapped on artifacts, and I still.
How do you live like this?
Oh my gosh. We don't judge here. Listen, we have limited space. Hoyoverse
where's my 2,000 space so I can immediately fill that up?
You're right. I shouldn't judge. This is a completely legit way to live.
We know what you're truly about. That was your true self. No, it's funny.
Yeah. I truly do love having lore discussions, and I do want in the future for us obviously to have this again if we can.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
It's once again scheduling.
Yeah.
How like just making sure everyone's able to do things, but I do think that hopefully by that point we'll have a bit more stuff to work with. Well, I say a bit more. We'll probably have more like world quests in that regard that we can discuss, and depending on when we wish to, we can revisit old like events or stories or things like that. Just for discussion,
Yeah.
So, yeah.
All right. Well, this was fun. Leah, you're gonna go and eat now?
Yeah, you guys can feel free to continue without me, and I can always leave my world open if you guys are gonna keep discussing, or you can go to someone else's world, or whatever you guys like want to do. Just let me know. But I will go get some food, I think.
Yeah. Okay. You
Thank
eat your
you.
food.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Thank you
Bye,
guys for joining, and have fun.
I personally am thinking a lot about like I can't wait until you do more world quests.
Oh,
I'm just excited.
oh yeah. I've already been like theorizing about our little. Also, so I know. Roosevelt, did you named your Saurian John, right?
Okay, story behind
Oh
that.
yeah, you did, John.
I panicked because I didn't realize I was supposed to name him. So I was like, okay, I'll just name him John, lowercase John. And when I want to change it, I can because we have a little item. But then after, like, have you encountered all these mini quests where you're like, you know, fishing with your little buddy?
Yeah.
Yeah, and after all that, I'm like, oh, he's John. He's my little baby John. So I can't change it now.
Yeah, that's so funny. It's like John Hoyoverse, John Tepetlosaur.
John Hoyoverse.
John
really.
Yeah. What did you?
What did? Oh, sorry.
No. Go on.
Oh, I was gonna ask, what did you name your Saurian?
So I named my So first off, I went down the rabbit hole because I remember when the Wanderer was available. Like after we did the Wanderer Archon Quest, we were able to name him, and I remember that they had like a bunch of Easter eggs for like if you name him Zendik, he's like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, excuse me, like I'm offended. And like if you name him like Beelzebul after his mom, he'll say something. So I was like, oh, I wonder. So I started going down the rabbit hole. He actually like there's some like these really funny Easter eggs. Like if you name him like Ajdaha or Neuvillette, he's like oh man, this is a lot of pressure. I don't know if I want this name. So those were kind of funny. I really liked those. They were also kind of telling too, because that is like the first interaction, and I think I named him Shibalanke, and he gave that same reaction, and that was the moment where I was like, okay, I think Shibalanke was the previous Archon, because like I don't even know who that is.
Oh.
So like I basically gamed the system, and I was like, and then I started just going down the rabbit hole. I was like, okay, what about this name? Morax is still unavailable. Unlike any other name where they'll just refuse it, the game does not let you choose Morax. It says like it doesn't even let you like confirm or deny it. Like it just doesn't let you. So Zhongli is forever suspicious in my eyes. Because of that, and it was the same for Wanderer as well. So I was like, okay, these memes are all fun, all nice and dandy, but now let's lock it in. Let's figure out what I'm gonna name him. Originally I was gonna go for Toph because Avatar: The Last Airbender, best Earthbender, my favorite character. But then I was like, I don't know. Like Toph has an identity, and I wanted to like try something a little different. I was settling on Pebble. I was like, ooh, Pebble sounds nice. That's cute. But then I was like, but my Saurian's gonna grow up to be like this big, fully grown Tepetlosaur named Pebble. And then I don't know if either of you are familiar with HoloLive, like the VTuber agency, but there is a VTuber by the name of Koseki Biju, and she calls her community Pebbles. So like her community are Pebbles. There's like a whole meme behind it about like stones and stuff like that. And so her nickname is Bibu. And so I was like, I think I'm just gonna name my Saurian Bibu after Koseki Biju from HoloLive English. And so my Saurian is Bibu.
That's actually so cute.
Yeah.
Everyone has these thoughtful stories, and I was just like, I'm kind of hungry, and I'm kind of actually thirsty. I'm going to name mine Mocha.
Well,
Even though
color scheme kind of, you know.
So I was torn between naming him Mocha and Littlefoot. And then I ended up just doing Mocha, because I think if I named him Littlefoot, I'd probably just keep crying.
Yeah, Land Before
So,
Time class.
Yeah, we talked about this last time. The Land Before Time.
Yep.
Mhm.
Being traumatizing.
Yeah, and we're in like the prehistoric age in Natlan, all the dinosaurs, so it adds up. But yeah, I'm excited with those. I did all of the like random interactions in the open world with him. Like he has his own like exclusive Serenity pot practically, like his little home away from homescape where you can.
I love it. It's so cute.
Yeah, I was like, oh, this is super thoughtful. And also when Natlan was like under the was being attacked by the abyss, I was like, okay, when you go into like the Children of Echoes, I saw like this one little Tapetlosaur, and I'm like, guys, it's okay. Bibu is safe in his little Serenity pot. Nothing can hurt him. He is okay, guys. And so I just had to keep telling myself that, because I was like, everything else is getting like ravaged. So I was like, I need some comfort right now. So all of those have been great. They gave like a ton of lore initially too. I think on I think the dragon's name is Shielquatl, the
Yes.
sovereign. So, and they talked about like the flame lord's blessing, like basically like the ancient harbored power of like the ancient dragons that like I'm still curious why Bibu was like sealed up when we found him. And so like I just have like a lot of questions and like anticipations about like all the lore we're gonna get regarding that. I know that the Pyro Dragon Sovereign is referenced, so like I'm expecting answers of some sort or explanation of how or what became of the dragon, and like how Xbalanque became the like basically ascended and won the Archon War and all that other stuff. So I've only done the Shadowpins quest right now, and that one was really cool too. Like I really enjoyed, above all else, like I'm constantly reminded how badass and awesome the Khaenri'ahs were, because like going down into that area and seeing the sword and shield, like those two Khaenri'ah knights who like locked themselves away and were fighting off the abyss. I was just like Khaenri'ah is so goated. And then they put the icing on the cake with Capitano also being confirmed Khaenri'ah. I wonder if those two soldiers were a part of his platoon when he came here. I mentioned like I wondered if he knew of them two, or if them two were a part of his, because when I first did that quest, I'm like, why are two random Khaenri'ahs here? Like that's so odd. Just because like the only ones we really knew of were the Swan Ritter in Sumeru. But I did that quest and it was pretty cool. And so I still have to finish, like I know there's like a quest chain, but that's the only one that I've done thus far, so I'm excited to see where that goes.
I also agree. And then the exploration in that area is just so gorgeous.
Yeah.
Because once again, these are very interesting areas that you discover that like these areas are just here existing in these regions like this. And this isn't the first time that we've seen individuals trapped in a very unique space fighting the abyss for hundreds of years. Because what immediately comes to mind for me was during the Chasm Underground, and we learned of the Yaksha and the Millilith. So I'm just so like I am always just it's just 07s constantly to the most Giga Chads. It's like, hey Khaenri'ahs, you guys just we really respect you.
Yeah.
Also, there's a shot from the Archon Quest that I have and I'm going to keep forever because it's so funny. I think it's Paimon asking Capitano essentially more or less what his deal was, and he like the camera pans to him and he looks up and he's like, that story begins 500 years ago. And I'm like, Khaenri'ahs. This is Khaenri'ahs. Every Khaenri'ah starts any story like this.
500 years ago, the war.
It's like everything changed when the abyss attacked and the 5 sinners just left us.
It's so funny because that Natlan lore video that I made before Natlan release, my entire theory hinged on Avatar: The Last Airbender, and I was literally like, Natlan is the last Avatar, and I can prove it. I was like, the Abyss are the Fire Nation, Night Soul's Blessing is the Avatar state, and your past and ancient names are your past lives. And I cooked. And I'm assuming someone at Hoyo is a fan of Avatar at this point. I mean, who isn't at this point?
If you are not a fan of Avatar: The Last Airbender, you are wrong and opinion's invalid. So for like, I love that so much. Like the fact that Capitano was Khaenri'ah is just like, chef's kiss, but also like, oh yeah, that makes sense. I mean, he's very mysterious. So what, like, who else could you really be? And so I'm excited, but I'm also worried about him in Act 5. But, I think regardless, he'll like, I want to trust them with what will happen. So it'll be what it is. However, I need to see as much Capitano as I can.
Yeah.
Also, I do think it's hilarious how I think it was mentioned how Child was like, because Child is like Capitano's biggest glazer in universe.
Yeah.
And like if he ends up just dying, that'll be so unfortunate.
Yeah, he'll never get to fight him. You know, I think it's crazy that Capitano's basically nerfed and he's still rank 1. I think that's so wild.
Yeah, that's crazy.
He's like, oh, you should have seen me in my prime. And Mavuika's like, well, you should have seen me in my prime. And I'm like, okay, well, you two can get a room because I'm trying to learn about history right here. Please. Thank you.
So good.
And I'm like, Capitano, I wish I could have seen you in your prime.
Like, why are we
We're going to.
nerfed?
We're going to.
For me, it's the fact that Capitano was like, oh, it's like I don't know how to describe it. He was humble, but like not humble. He was like, oh, this is nothing compared to how I was when I was far younger. This is just, I'm doing what I can. And it's like, dude, hello?
Yeah.
So this is a fraction of your power and you're existing. Like, you're such a Chad. Like, that's kind of ridiculous, but I expect no less from Capitano.
Khaenri'ahs are built different.
They quite literally are. Also, I know this isn't really lore. I mean, it technically is lore related. I had a silly poll about this earlier. I think it's hilarious how Capitano confirmed how much of a hater Dainsleif was. I thought that was so funny.
Oh yeah, I did participate in that.
Because obviously a Pep #1, like D1 hater, you cannot surpass her. But the fact that Dainsleif has so much hatred is so funny to me. Because of course he does. So I'm sorry, I went on a tangent there.
No, not at all. It's adjacent. The Khaenri'ahs are, still relevant even now.
I don't know. I feel kind of sad because I want to learn so much more about, well, yes, Dainsleif, but also Capitano. And the more I think about Act 4, I'm just like, Act 4, think about Act 5. I'm like, please, can he be on the screen for like a bit longer? Like, I only get to see Khaenri'ahs once a year, maybe for 10 minutes. That's because that's if Dainsleif chooses to appear. So I get another one, and like, Capitano is doing his thing right now. And I don't know how much longer he's going to be here. Kaya is randomly thrown in events, and I have to pray he comes around.
Yeah.
So please.
It was nice. He was in Simulanka, which was great. But yeah, I wish I could have, like, it would be awesome to be able to pull for Capitano and get him to Friendship 6 and just be treated to like top tier lore about his past and his history and all of that.
Oh, and he would tell us everything. He's so forthcoming.
Yeah.
He's so polite. He's like, yeah, I could just tell you about everything.
Yeah.
Why not? I will actually cry though, because he mentioned how he lost his family, friends, and everything. And I'm like, oh, that comes with like the Khaenri'ah nationality, but I would still be here. I will still be here listening to you in your time of need. Am
I crazy for thinking that he had a Night Soul blessing during his fight with Mavuika when he started glowing?
No, because it looks like a Night Soul blessing.
Okay.
Because he had like a unique like dark ice kind of look. Like that color, it looked like a Night Soul blessing. Maybe not corrupted, but like that color, it gave Night Soul blessing. So.
And that's also why, like, in 5.0, I was, like, pretty convinced that, like, oh, Capitano has to be from Natlan because he has this aura. It doesn't quite look the same because the other, like, the playable character Night Soul blessings are very, like, neon, very distinct. And his is, like, this bright blue, shadowy thing going on. But I guess the logic I had, I was like, maybe, he learned a lot of arts from the Masters of the Nightland during his time there.
True.
So maybe it has to do with that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to think now, like, if the Shade of Death sent him on his journey, I'm wondering if it's like something she bestowed on him. Like I just don't know, like, if they have like, because like I don't know what it means. I don't know how else to interpret that line where like the Lord of the Night was like, oh, so you're the one that, the God of Death sent you on your long journey. And I'm like, is she the reason why he has that? Because like it still, unless like it still doesn't really explain to me like why he has that like dark aura kind of thing to himself, like when he fights. Like he has cryo, but he still, it almost seems like abyssal, but I don't I don't know if it is or if it's something else.
It's a weird
he also
cryo.
uses ice. Yeah, he uses ice. So I'm just like, I don't know, a little odd.
I find like Capitano just perplexed. So I'm like he can't die. Like I need my old men together. Like I need Dainsleif and I need Hero and I need Capitano to all like at least talk to some degree to one another. For me, I need my old men Khaenri'ah to converse. Alas, I do not think I will be giving that. So at the very least, I do hope we like. I don't want to say that. Like I don't want to. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. I literally am the shade of death because every character I like is just going to die. This is so unfair. This is so unfair.
You couldn't like another Harbinger. It had to be him.
My two favorite Harbingers.
Wait, don't
are
don't say who the other one is. They're gonna die.
I mean, I've accepted my fate. This is nothing. This is nothing new. Like I can't. Like I've accepted it. Since a young Kiryu has accepted that every character I like will die or something happens to them. So yeah, I mean, it's more of a meme at this point, but when I knew I started liking Capitano a lot, I've accepted his fate.
I respect it.
Yeah.
On that note, so I think the one thing, okay, so obviously I'm excited for the next and final chapter of the Archon Quest, but we should also get an interlude with Dainsleif. And I'm like so curious about what direction they'll go in because the past two have been focused on Khaenri'ah, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, so we left off on the Loom of Fate, and obviously in this quest, they mentioned the Loom of Fate a lot.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just like a side note. So I'm just like so curious, like, what are they gonna do?
Well, it's also too because the Abyss sibling specifically wants to wants to launch the Loom of Fate before the Heavenly Principles wakes up. So it's the fact that this is such an integral plan. It has to, like, it's not going to go away. I think if anything, it'll be further elaborated on in this interlude Archon Quest, but also I think this time around, we absolutely, or at least my speculation, we absolutely would have to learn more about like maybe even the False Sky interlude, because I don't know if we're like, this is where it's kind of weird because I would imagine we learn about it more from Act 5, but I also wouldn't put it past them to have a form of like a cliffhanger and then we learn more about it during the interlude Archon Quest with Dainsleif. But so it's just one of those things that I'm very curious about. And now I'm just thinking even more about it.
Yeah, because would Dane know? I feel like Dane...
Would they know about what?
Oh, the fake sky. He probably knows.
I feel like he knows. Like, okay, so I feel like for me, it's hard to believe that, like, okay, I can see him knowing of the fake sky, but I also can believe he doesn't. And the reason I feel he would know is just because of the relation he has with the Five Sinners, their knowledge of the Abyss and via proxy. Like, I feel like he would learn that, like, at some point. And I'm assuming, like, the Abyss sibling themselves, who they are, absolutely know of the False Sky. So I feel even if he didn't learn via the Sinners, he learned about it through the Abyss sibling. Maybe that's just me, but if he is just completely he's not familiar with it, okay, that's also a possibility. I don't know. This man knows so much, decides to say so little, and then goes off to war for like...
Arnold, did you have an opposing opinion, or...
I think, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like Dainsleif's role the last couple of Archon quests or interludes have been, like, very minor. Like, I know, like, the first one, like, it's a ley line memory, and so, you know, the focus was more so on the Abyss origins, and then the second one was basically a sequel to that, so that kind of followed suit as well, with the exception of the Sinners. Like, the Sinner was, like, the big, like, this is why Dainsleif's back. He's here to tell us about the Sinners, and then he got his ass beat in that one room, and then we never saw him again. So now I don't know. I would want him to kind of like, I wonder if we're going to meet one of the Sinners or if he's going to give like any information as to like what any of them are up to or like more details on them specifically in the present, because that one crystal, right, Vetterfulnir, he was like trapped in the Khaenri'ah flashback, and then when we went back there he was gone. So it's like, okay, what's up with him? Gold is doing whatever wherever, unless they're just all all still at the ruins of Khaenri'ah at this point, and they're just like, hey, this is, you know, this is home. We're still skulking around doing whatever. I can't be too sure as to like what the plot itself is going to be, especially because like he didn't talk to, like we didn't reference anything that happened in Fontaine with him. At least I don't think so. So like we didn't talk about the prophecy, about, you know, the Hydro divine throne being destroyed, about the sovereign dragon or anything like that. So like given the fact that the false sky happened in the mainline Archon Quest, but the main plots of the Archon Quest don't really seem to factor into whatever Dane's doing whenever we see him, I don't know if that's really going to be relevant for this next one. Like I wouldn't be surprised if like, I don't know, like obviously we have to think more about the Loom of Fate. Like he knows that it's activated. He knows that he lost the like Kari Bear pulled some like genjutsu on him, and they got what they got what they needed from him. So at this point, I feel like the Archon Quest might focus on like a contingency plan. Like, okay, I wasn't planning on that happening, but here's what we can do instead. Or it's gonna be forwarding like whatever Loom of Fate plot is occurring versus like how what we did in the Archon Quest applies to him.
Yeah. Although I will say, we did technically have a mention in the second Kari Bear quest where Traveler has a thought saying like, oh, so Vedrfolnir is the one who constructed the slates with the prophecy.
Oh, that is true.
Like,
actually, yeah, that is true. That is true. Actually, yeah, I take that back.
It was like it was like one line.
Yeah,
it was like very offhand comment, like in his brain.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, but, I do remember that now.
But overall, All
right, Kiryu did mention that her internet went out, but she'll try to come back. So.
Oh yeah, and just glancing at, I'm like switching between chats right now. But yeah, I feel like, well, obviously Dane has to tell us more about Vedrfolnir at some point, right? Because they're brothers.
They're brothers, yep.
But also that ring from Khaenri'ah of Good and Evil.
Yeah, they did mention.
That has to be brought up. What is up with that ring?
I'm assuming that has something to do with like why his curse isn't as intense as anyone else's. Maybe. I also jokingly mentioned like his spite is what's keeping him from completely being overtaken by his curse. Like he's
his
just
hater energy.
Yeah.
It's just driving him.
Yeah, he's just like, I hate too much and therefore I will not lose. So there's that as well. But yeah, I am curious about the ring. I also think it's kind of cool, like since we brought up the Khaenri'ah of Good and Evil, that Zervan, which was like the first Pari, I guess that was Dainsleif's Pari that fought alongside him, like how like Sarush's are Yasnapati. Well, we're Sarush's Yasnapati. And so I was like, I realized as I was playing the quest, I was like, oh, so I wonder if Dainsleif was Zervan's, in the same way that we were Sarush's, like back in the day when they were all like fighting the Abyss and stuff.
I mean, want to say quickly that I'm back and that the Abyss cannot take me. So
yes.
We'll continue to talk about Dainsleif. I'm so sorry about that.
Oh, yeah. We were just... Well, I saw people talking in chat about Dainsleif's ring, which is like... It was mentioned once. It seems important. It might be sustaining him. It might be his hater energy sustaining him.
I personally think it's a bit of both. I do think that the ring plays a pivotal role in like preventing further decay on his behalf. But like you mentioned, they only mentioned it once and they have not elaborated on it since. So, but I firmly believe it has to do with that.
People in chat are saying the ring's for Minzleaf.
Probably.
The wedding ring.
For me personally, I really would like to elaborate more on that. Maybe we'll get that in the Interlude Archon Quest. But that's just one of the many things that I'd have to like speculate on further when I'm not already trying to piece together other things with Natlan. So
what's out of curiosity, I don't think I've ever asked either of you, what's your favorite nation with the exception of Natlan? Like what's your favorite nation in the game?
Sumeru.
Same.
Like
I think
down.
Sumeru,
Same. Yes. I love how we're all on the same page with that.
There was just something really magical for me. And I think, honestly, a lot of it has to do with the fact that we got so much Khaenri'ah lore all of a sudden.
Oh, yeah. I
like
guess,
going to the giant ruin
sense,
golem, you know, and like we had an entire like Jazari's quest, like with Aranyaka going inside the ruin golem.
Yep.
Learning about Schwanenritter, like, oh, that was like that was like so peak for me. That's still one of my favorite world quests.
Yeah.
But also just like the music, the vibe, the atmosphere. Port Ormos music slaps so hard.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I definitely think it's one of those, like, Sumeru just had so much. And so when we ended up going to Fontaine, it just felt so, like, it was so different. And how, like, learning about lore in Fontaine obviously was very, very different as opposed to Sumeru. But the amount of world building that was in Sumeru, because it was so large, just felt like, I don't know, I just felt like a lore like paradise, at least for me. I know people despise the R&R quests, but I loved them, and I thought we learned a lot of lore from them.
Yeah,
personally.
I loved them too.
Yeah, I think that quest, like the R&R world quest, doing that quest like as early on as I did it during 3.0, it just made me really appreciate like the course of like learning about Greater Lord Rukkhadevata and like the Cataclysm from the past. And it even gave us like I think more lore on our sister than anything else at that time, or the Abyssal Twin. So
no, I agree.
I was overwhelmed, and yeah, like the fight with the Murata at the end, the music they used for that too, like everything was just really, really good for that quest. I really enjoyed it.
I just especially loved learning about the Aranara, specifically on the fact that like them, how they like exist, the importance of memory, how powerful memory is as a whole. And then learning further into like Irminsul, what happens when one just like what happens, like the consequences as to like the most extreme of erasing oneself from Irminsul, like that. There's just so much in Sumeru that I love. And then that's not even covering like King Deshret's history.
Oh yeah, the desert lore was so dense. It was so I think that was like the first time I was a little overwhelmed by like about Tule Tula and Gurabad and all of like the interconnected lore of like the ancient civilization, because there were so many like rising and falling. I'm like, how am I supposed to get like which ones are like relevant, like which ones are dead and gone? Like I didn't know like the level of significance, and I didn't like the timeline of the desert is also kind of messy because like there's like no accurate recorded history. So the desert lore was definitely a lot to keep up with. I was living for the moments whenever I found a new Zendik note from the rainforest to the golems.
Yes.
Yeah, those exhilarating.
Yeah, those were fantastic.
Like, it's the fact that Dotore has just always been so unhinged, and learning about Eleazar and just the sheer depravity of humanity, learning about like, and then seeing what like Scaramouche's quote unquote ascension to becoming a god, Nahida being like, who are you? And then like not having him do that at all. And then seeing him, because I believe as it currently stands, I could be misremembering, but in terms of characters who we've learned and seen acquire their visions on screen is Rana, Furina, and Wanderer. Those three. There might be someone else that I'm forgetting, but I think it's those three. Those are the ones that I remember.
Hold on, let me think.
I think it's those three.
I feel like there's...
Is there one more?
For some... maybe not. Maybe I'm misremembering. No, I think those are definitely the three. I just don't know if there's any more than that. Yeah, I guess Rana is Rana would be the NPC, and then Wanderer and Furina. Yep. Yeah, it's those three.
And then the fact... Like, I'm so sorry. Everything's coming full circle. The fact that, like, if I may for a moment... I absolutely adore that Wanderer and Albedo, like both of them, each on their own respective, like the lore that they each have, are now going to be front and center for Durin Revival arc. Is so fantastic to me. Like, I'm so excited because especially how Wanderer is going to be the hero of this story. So I just have to say shout out to them. I finally got my Wanderer and Albedo interaction that I wanted.
Yeah. I just to backpack off of that real quick. I might be coping, but I'm also hoping. Do you think that's what 5.2 will be? Because we're not getting an Archon quest, so I'm wondering if that, like, what event quests we're gonna get, and I'm wondering if I don't know, but typically it's usually, I mean, back in our day we used to get Albedo events every December.
Yeah.
So
I would hope. I honestly miss like albedo defrosting and we have those winter events with him, but unfortunately they they changed it. So I personally can't say I would really want it to be, but it's going to, like, in my mind, how it's going to play out is like the idea of Dragonspine changing, like the entire geography of that, like changing your world forever, seriously, and it'll return to the lush mountains that it used to be.
You know what's funny about that? I think Subject 2? I think is the
Yes.
clone's name. Yeah, Subject 2. In the Shadows Amid Snowstorms event, he was talking about something like that, like when we were like originally trying to get like the juicer for Paimon. Sus Beta was like, oh, you know, eventually we can just have like, we can just grow apple orchards on Dragonspine. And like it was almost kind of like he was foreshadowing like a reality where Dragonspine would become inhabitable, or that we would be able to kind of just live there, or like grow fruit or something like that. So
I think
that'd be interesting.
I think that's actually fascinating to think about, and also kind of sad, because for me, I love Dragonspine. I know many people hated the sheer cold mechanic and they just didn't enjoy it, but I truly did enjoy exploring and learning the, like, you know, more lore and what happened with Sol Vindagnir, and experiencing like learning of the princess, the frescoes, and like all, like I love that. And honestly, seeing like the possibility of Dragonspine no longer being quote unquote Dragonspine and just being this lush verdant mountain like it always was, like I'll miss the fact that we'll have like another snowy region, but you know, Shneznaya is next year, so we won't be missing too much of it. But I do like that possibility. But then I have to wonder how the entire geography would be restructured, assuming, you know, this is something they do, because Durin's body is so embedded into the mountains itself. Its heart remains beating and its blood is underneath the ley lines, revitalizing not only organisms, but like you see how it just revived the frost-bearing tree and all of that. So like I really have to wonder how that's going to go down and how different it'll look. So
I was so happy when they revealed that real Durin is going to eventually be revived, because I still remember the day that I was streaming and I was exploring Dragonspine, and I stumbled across that cave that you go into, and then it starts getting warmer, and then you just see the Durin's beating heart, and I'm like, how has nobody brought this up or talked about this? Like, it's just right here in the open. And I was always like that always like slightly bothered me, because I was like, I don't even think Albedo hasn't even like really touched on the heart itself. Like, you know, the Chalk Prince and the Dragon, like he mentioned like, oh, Durin's will is in the sword, and like, you know, the Whopper Flower and the Reggie's Vine revival was, you know, a part of his like blood revitalizing. But it was always like so weird to me that like I was like, I don't think Durin's dead, because his heart is still beating. Like his body, his corpse is obviously like, his bones are all over the place. That makes sense. But it was always so like, it wasn't like I thought like, oh, I guess this is like a plot with like, you know, there's a loose end in the story. But to know that like Hoyoverse is like, nah, we're cooking, we're gonna come back to that trust, and then they did. It was just like, wow, like it's incredible.
I agree.
They also foreshadowed that in Fontaine, because Eliness's heart is like crystallized.
Yeah.
But they specify like, oh, it's like a protective measure or something, and like obviously like Jacob had revived it temporarily, but then it recrystallized.
Yeah.
But like it's like they never have truly died. They're just in stasis, right? So
yeah.
So Simulanka just spoiled us so much.
Well, at least for me specifically, because I'm in Dragonspine now, since unfortunately the Abyss tried to get me while I talked about Dainsleif. I'm in my world looking at like, you know, the murals, because murals, my beloved.
I'm gonna travel there.
Like coming here, learning of its history, and then learning like the ancient history of how essentially Ragnarok has already occurred multiple times in Tevat. Learning of the ancient tiaras and their civilizations, and Sol Vindagnir specifically had me question, because like every time I look at a divine envoy now, whenever I look at this mural, I'm like, oh, this is just an angel. Like, you are quite literally an angel. And I feel like my brain's being pulled in different directions because I'm just excited. But like when I look at the murals again, and I'll have to like pull up because I used to remember what these all said on the left mural when you walk in.
Oh yeah,
and then
all those murals are it's gonna be great to like revisit those, and the more information we get, because like some of those murals too, it's like I know they drew it out for me, but I still need some of this stuff. Like I'm bad at like interpreting. Like when it comes to interpretation, anything is, you know, nothing's wrong, but I've always been curious of like if any of that stuff, even like Surumi Island has a lot of those murals as well, and I've always just been curious as like what the story is actually portraying in those.
We literally, I'm screaming. I'm one of the murals specifically. I'm looking at the one where the angel like is facing the two. I'll just say like two individuals, and it's giving like power.
Yeah,
it looks like it. It literally just reads, "The angels help the faithful," and then the one to the like, if you look where Celestia is, the one on the right, it reads the listen and be silent if you wish to learn. Gosh.
They were cooking.
And now the fact that it's like, oh, the angels, and we're just like, haha, yeah, you know, like, yeah, you know, angel. And now
now we actually have the context.
Yeah, it makes more sense.
I don't remember where in Fontaine it was, because we're in Natlan now, but I remember reading a Narcissenkreuz note that referenced that somebody. Wait, what the heck? I have a chest down here. Hold on, it's got the chess icon on my screen. Hold on a second.
Oh my.
What is? Hold on, where is that?
Wait, oh no, you also got the boss. The boss.
Yeah, I'm like, God damn it.
Oh.
I think it's. Oh wait, that's not my. Oh, okay. You know what? I got debated. This isn't my world.
Do you want to go to your worlds and see what you're looking for? Or is it necessary? I mean, it's whatever you want to do.
I guess it might be based on our worlds. I don't know if where it's accessible. Yeah, my brain just went like, oh, I'm in my world. Why is there a chest here? I completed Fontaine.
Yeah.
But no, I remember seeing a note. I don't know if it was in the tower or if it was in one of the ruins, but I remember it mentioned like someone that was part of the Narcissenkreuz that got something from Natlan and brought it back. And I'm actually wondering if it was the Primal Fire or like
No, they do specify Primal Fire. They redact the name.
Oh, okay.
It is in the tower somewhere.
Yeah.
I couldn't direct you there.
Yeah, I remember because I'm just like thinking now on like all of the stuff that's like relevant to. I'm like, is there anything else that I could mention that I just haven't? And
with all due respect, Renee was cooking, so I mean he went off the deep end, but like for a lot of what he was doing, it is relevant in multiple ways. So personally, I could not tell you what all. Like, yeah, exactly, because it's just been a hot minute.
Yeah, no, it's fair. It's fine. I don't have to look for it. I knew it existed. I was just curious if they did. That was like what they were referring to was the Primal Fire, because like they yoinked assets from like every nation. Like they got Primal Fire, they got the Primal Constructs from Sumeru, they got the Ruin Guard energy and all that. They were just grabbing everything from everywhere.
Also, this totally wasn't intentional, right? If you go to the Dragonspine mural and you look at right when you walk in and you look at the main one, you see above a tower, there's a large crescent moon and a piece of the moon is destroyed.
Oh dear.
So when you teleport to like the main, like you teleport to the Archon statue of the Entombed City, right when you go there, drop down and then you walk forward and then you'll find the little room. If not, I can like show you or direct you. Because it's
drop down.
So when you go, teleport to the Archon statue.
Sure.
When you turn around.
Oh, okay. You know what?
Turn around.
I didn't turn around. I just walked forward.
Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry. That's my fault. You teleport, then you turn around, drop down.
Oh yeah,
and then
it's been such a long time since I've been here. The mirror. Yeah, I remember this now.
So you walk forward and you see like the lush verdant mountains, and then you see the crescent moon.
The part
and then
of it's missing.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh.
Yep. It's really interesting when you return and like.
Yeah, I know. It's like I haven't been here since like 2021.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Like, I remember these murals and then the Shirikoro murals in Inazuma.
Yeah.
I have not checked in a while. Actually, I'm going to go to...
You know what?
I need to check.
You know what I'm still curious about? So if you go, like, right below the Star Glow Cavern at the very bottom, like, those runes that Albedo and Rosaria were, like, referencing or talking about in his, I believe it was his story quest. They're still there. I've always wondered, like, what that, like, was, like, referencing or implying, just because I've personally, like, never looked into it, but they're like these random like runes that are on the wall on the bottom of that like underground area. I don't know if it's like I don't know if it's abyssal text or if it's some form of text that I've always been curious about. Now that, just because we're over here, and I was like, oh, that's still, I don't really think that's been answered yet.
I think, man, because like I remember when I really started delving into Genshin lore was when I was looking at like the Latin alphabet.
Same.
That specifically used for things related to the abyss or otherwise. And yeah, I think because sometimes some of the runes are just runes. They're just, you know, there. But for the, like, right before you go into like the Dragonspine mural room, on the two sides, those are words. They say fear and revere. Fear on the left and revere on the right, I believe. Those are actually words. But the actual, like I think it's like a pressure plate puzzle or something like that. I don't think that means, I personally don't think it means anything. I think it's just letters. But and then, do you mean the activation? There was like a puzzle, right, for the Starglow Cavern thing with
yeah, you're on the right track. So if you open your map, it's like that structure that you're walking towards right now at the bottom of the coast. With those two, like, it's just that structure right there. It's in the ground. It's like you just have to go down this little open way. I left
is it the one I'm at right now?
Oh, is that you there? Hold on.
Yeah. Well, I saw you here.
Yeah. That's where. Yeah, it's where you're at.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I've always been curious, like, because that was also revealed during, I believe it was Albedo's story quest during Dragonspine, and that's also been something that I've always, like, constantly wondered about.
There is, like, I'm like pulling up my old Twitter threads about the mural because I'm like, I know I talked about this at some point. Oh, okay. So I'm not sure if it's specifically for like the Starglow one that I have. It says he advances, which I interpret as like he moves forward. If we're talking about the same,
hold on, I'm going to.
But those specifically, no. I think those are just letters. You were saying?
Hold on, I'll send this to you real quick. I'm gonna send it in the live chat that we're in. Actually, you know what? Okay. I need to get out of here. These hilly trolls are gonna kill me.
Oh my gosh, run!
Give me 1 second. My screenshot folder for this game is insane on my PC.
I believe it. Mine does as well.
Wait, if I had to guess, 20,000 photos?
Oh my god. It's probably like 10,000 maybe?
Okay. I figured it was above 1,000.
I didn't take that many photos in the game until, like, I took photos occasionally during, like, limited event content, and that didn't really start until, like, halfway through, like, the 2.0 series of patches. I think it was after the second Lantern Rite, if not the second Golden Apple, that I started taking pictures, like, as like a keepsake for, like, oh, I know this is going away, so I'm gonna take a picture to remember it by. I didn't really do that, like, during the early game. Like, photo mode was like, oh, it's a cool little tack on feature, but it's not like something that I actively use. And then I remember the first picture event that they had us do, where they were like, hey, strike a pose with your character in a specific nation, a specific weapon type or whatever. And I was like, something awoken inside of me, and I was like, okay, I believe, I know, I see the vision now. And ever since then, I've been asking for, like, the hide HUD features since Windbloom Festival, the first one, and they finally gave it to me, and I was like, I'm cooked.
Oh, it's such a nice feature. I love it.
Yeah.
I've been wanting it for so long. Also, on the topic of the runes that you sent, those letters are A, C, and P. It doesn't specifically, like, mean anything, because I know that's A, C, and P.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I will say, the ones I have memorized for, in terms of, like, the abyssal Latin-like language, was first time we encountered my beloved Dainsleif. There was with the like the abyssal language, there was Weaver of Fate that was inverted, and then Mona's Astrolabe that you see, because she had during the event they had really, really pretty event screens. Hoyoverse always does amazing with the event art and animations and everything. And hers says from the peak of light to the greatness of the elements, may light pour out into the minds of the god. And I'm like, I feel like we should talk about that more. She's just kind of divining and having her own little. Yeah, I love decoding the abyssal Latin language, or the Enochian language, I think is sometimes referred to, but there's so many languages in Genshin Impact.
Yeah.
Sorry for rambling there.
No, not at all. Yeah, this game's great. I love it.
Yes. And now we have to like anticipate what will happen Act 5, but were there other lingering questions we had?
Just a random,
trying to think.
just a random one. This doesn't have to do with the Archon Quest specifically, but do you guys think we're gonna get an expansion for Liyue this year? The only other place I've thought of in regards to Liyue is the Blackcliff Forge, but I don't know if that's like a substantial area in the lore.
Respectfully, I feel like we should take a break from expanding on Liyue and focus on like maybe Mondstadt. like either Mondstadt, or we could have like Mare
Dornman Port,
Javari.
where are you?
Because I love Liyue and I understand that like its importance in Teyvat's history, but I also would just like to see other areas, because mind you, the game is so huge. I only have so much storage on my PC.
Nah, I get that.
That being said, I feel like we always have so much more to say, and like there's always something more with Liyue, which genuinely surprises me, because it's like more acts. What else is there to tell? What's going on here? But I'm personally curious about like the unnamed island that just hasn't been revisited for years. I'm curious about Dorman Port. I'm curious about the deep like underground sea areas of Mondstadt. I'm curious like in that regard, not so much Liyue anymore. But if we were to get expansion, I would honestly kind of want it to be Natlan, or maybe even Mondstadt, even though that's probably way too hopium because it's so endgame.
Yeah.
So.
I just took I've never seen Celestia better in my life than this picture I just took of it. Like, I actually see like the little towering buildings and like the little bridges that's on it, like the main piece of land on it too. I was just like, wow, that's actually like a crazy good picture.
I'm looking now. Where did you take this from?
I'm right in front of the statue of the Seven, in front of the tree.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. It looks so close.
I was like, yeah, I know. Well, yeah, the Charlotte's gadget zoom in effect.
Oh, yeah.
Very funny enough, after completing 5.1, one of my friends messaged me and said, Kiryu, is Celestia even real at this point? And I'm like, what happened? And they're like, I played 5.1 and seeing the false sky.
Oh yeah, I thought that too. I was like, if the sky's fake, is that city in the sky fake too?
They were like, it more so became, is Celestia even real, or is this just all a fabrication created by
a higher power?
Yeah, so...
Yeah, they gave us something to believe in.
Yep, the false sky we believe in.
Projection, maybe.
But yeah,
I agree. For some reason, and every time someone mentions Dornman Port or like a Mondstadt expansion, I've always, not that I want this, but I just feel like it's definitely within like Hoyo's ability to do so. But like, I really do think they're saving the best for last. Like, I really think Mondstadt's where the journey started, where the magic of Genshin happened. This is home to a lot of people, regardless of where we go. Mondstadt will always feel, like, so different from any other nation. And so...
Mondstadt is home.
Right, and, like... Even the Archon Quest, even when you look at the Mondstadt Archon Quest compared to every other one, it does feel the most like I guess in a sense, like I know the Abyss Order was like trying to like use Dvalin for whatever plans they had. I'm assuming for like the Loom of Fate. But like I also feel like the Mondstadt Archon Quest is so removed from like the plot of what I think the game has become at this point. Right. And so I do think like Mondstadt is gonna have like a resurgence, and like in order to have that resurgence, we gotta go everywhere, and then like, you know, like time, so in a circle, like you come back to where it all started. And like, even like with, say, Istaroth and time manipulation, like I've always had like this headcanon of like Istaroth like showing up or being revealed, you know, through Venti or through whatever means, and like taking us back to like Mondstadt's past through time, or the future or whatever. Like basically we can do whatever we want when the god of time isn't, if the god of time is involved and time manipulation or time travel is involved, then like at that point, like the sky's the limit. You know, they've already proven that with quests like Kari Bear and you know, the Hidden Strife quest event with D-Loot and like the ley lines and stuff like that. So like, I don't know, I've always just felt like Mondstadt will have its Dorman Port, it will have its Ludi Harpastum, it will have its Venti Story Quest Part 2. It's just like, that's the one that we're truly waiting for. Like that's the one, like you're gonna have to wait for that one, you know? At least to me, that's how I feel like they're approaching Mondstadt compared to, you know, the other ones. Liyue, I also kind of low-key, I was like, Liyue kind of felt like favoritism because, you know, Hoyo Mihoyo, but they also, you know, they structured it in such a way that they didn't give us everything at once. There's always a story, there's always something to tell, which is crazy because Liyue has been constantly updated since the game's release.
Liyue, like, I feel really bad because I did not explore Tenyu Vale that much. I did do the world quests, but I haven't had the time to properly explore. And it was like, and it is truly beautiful. But I think that was also during a time where I was just kind of burned out of exploring more Liyue.
Yeah.
Because there was just so much of it. And so when I returned to Mondstadt, I'm like, oh my gosh, it's kind of like a breath of fresh air because it's just it's home. It's just nostalgic.
Yeah.
And like you said, like I think a lot of things that they want to do with Mondstadt have to be endgame, so they literally have to tease so much. And because I think about it, we're in Natlan. The Archon, like the next Archon quest for Natlan will be
5.3.
Like, yeah, 5.3. And then at some point we'll have the interlude. We'll have little events and stuff. And then this time next year,
6.0.
we will be in Snezhnaya in the Archon quest. And mind you, after like we still have Khaenri'ah, Sea of Flowers areas to explore. And I have to wonder what more is there. I mean, I'm personally of the like crack conspiracy theory that like the end of Tevat's arc is just going to be a cliffhanger into the next arc we go to. That's just me. That's what I think they're going to do for Genshin Impact 2 Electric Boogaloo.
I was just about to ask, do you think there's going to be a sequel?
I absolutely do. Genshin makes too much money. But ignoring that, I think it's just the fact that like story-wise, there are so many points that they could just continue.
Yeah.
Because quite literally, the Hoyoverse is so massive. I can't imagine them. I mean, they very well could. I just don't see them doing it. I think there's way too much story to tell for them to end it like they.
Yeah.
Your thoughts, Rue? I'm not sure if Rue is.
Roosevelt, are you there?
Okay.
Okay.
No. I was just thinking about like, oh God, chapter 2 or like part 2. How will my phone handle this?
I think they're gonna do like a Honkai Impact 3rd thing. Like, isn't there like a part 2 to Honkai?
Yeah.
That seems most likely. Like, kind of like new scenario. I actually don't know what's involved with Honkai Impact 3rd, but something like that, I imagine.
Yeah.
In my game. Oh, go ahead. My apologies.
No, it's okay. Just because, like, you know, a lot of these things have already come to pass, so I'm just kind of chit-chatting with you guys about it now. Do you guys have any thought or prospects for the anime, question mark, that they're working on?
A part of me really, really wonders if the anime is going to be told in the perspective of the Abyss sibling.
Never thought of that.
I personally, because if it's not going to be featured in game, I have to wonder if, I mean, they very well could just do, like, we're going to make the anime how the game was and, like, maybe, like, polish up a few points in the story. But I've always just been very curious to know if they're actually going, excuse me if you heard that, they're going to showcase the Abyss siblings' tale and everything that they went through, or the very major story beats as to why they're doing what they're doing. Or even if there's prehistoric story in the anime. I'm fine with them taking as long as they need to with it. I'm in no rush.
Yeah.
But those are my thoughts. Also, I was going to mention maybe even the Moon Sisters. That could be like really, really like hopium. And I'm saying that as I'm watching, in my game, it's night right now. And I'm watching the moon, quote unquote, that never changes its phase, by the way, ever. So I'm like, I just can't help but be curious. So that's my thought, at least.
I personally have no expectations or anything. I'm just kind of like blank slate. When it happens, it'll happen. But I do think now that Kiryu has brought it up, Abyss sibling perspective would be really interesting.
Yeah.
I've also heard people talk about like, oh, maybe they'll do like just a completely sort of separate storyline centered on like the Archon War. Like I've heard someone like say like that would be really cool, and it would be cool. Yeah, I know I know they're probably holding out on us.
Yeah.
Because whatever they do, it's gonna be too powerful lore wise.
Yeah, I think the only thing I wouldn't want the anime to be is like a retelling of the game.
Oh,
in
yeah,
the sense of
I
like
can see that.
I think the anime should be either events that predate the game or after the game. That way, or maybe not even after. I think if anything, I would want it to predate like information, like the Archon War, the Cataclysm, you know, like interstitial stories that like we didn't that we've may have done like a quest for, but we didn't actually get to see or experience firsthand. You know, or like the Cataclysm in each nation or something like that. But like I feel like number one, if you've already played the game, sure, it's cool to see it, but you've also like lived it yourself. And
Right, yeah.
and on top of that, like the anime could be a nice gateway to people playing the game if they hadn't played it. So like rather than show them all the stuff they can do in the game, like you'd probably want to like entice them with things that the game doesn't offer, so that way they can still have a new experience when they play it. So I think those two are ideal.
Yeah, I agree. I agree completely.
I just personally want to see Dainsleif animated. For me, that's all I want, and then I'll be happy. But I also like. I know we probably won't get it, but I truly, truly want to see the battle between the Sovereigns and the Primordial one. I really do. I also want to see the Second Who Came fighting. Like I want to see the War of Vengeance. I want to see just so much. And I don't want to not necessarily get my hopes up, but when they reveal it, they'll reveal it. Like,
Yeah.
When they gave us the Travelers animation, that broke my heart. And it was just so good. But yeah, so it's just one of the many things I'm looking forward to. So also as I explore in Mondstadt, I think it's so funny how you can only see the fall sky from Natlan. That is wild to me.
Yeah. It's like, yeah,
so
we
wild.
broke that part of the firmament.
Just that part.
But yeah, it's crazy that Mavuika's... I guess maybe no one has ever, like, shot their most powerful attack into the sky in such a way that would accidentally break it, but, like, the fact that she did that was also kind of wild, like, just showing, like, the scale of her power.
But we also have to take into account, and this isn't to discredit how powerful she is. It's more so how much of her it took just for that sliver to be shown.
Yeah.
So I have to wonder how, like, the amount of power that is taking to keep Teyvat in this struggle, like in this, like things are falling apart, and to keep things contained, like how much power. I mean, where the sustainer, supposedly maybe of Heavenly Principle, maybe she's responsible for guarding that and keeping other secrets and things of that nature. But it's like so much of seeing, like, I don't know, just seeing the fall sky has just made me very excited for what's to come. So, and then the fact that the shades, like, I just think it's hilarious how the Shade of Death was like, okay, you can borrow my power, but I expect death in exchange. And Shibalaki was like, all right,
I'm
bet.
so shocked that they gave us her like, that we got her voice.
voice?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, that's like the next best thing. Like, I freaked out when we heard Rydaughter's voice in the Windbloom event for the first time. I was like, oh my god. I know it's not, you know, we still don't know what she looks like, but I'll take what I can get, you know? Like, we've known about, like, the shades forever, and, you know, I never thought we'd even get the reveal of or like the direct involvement of a shade in the Archon Quest, because those have been pretty much reserved for like weapons, artifact descriptions, stuff like that. Like, that's the only way you even know they exist. So you know, that was cool.
Technically,
Oh, go ahead.
Technically, with Istara, we only got her name in two places. Like one before Sun and Moon, and it was reversed because.
Oh, yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then as a subscript, when A is talking about. Yeah.
The
So
higher power.
technically we've never actually gotten her name proper.
And apparently they don't like when you use their name either, which is very interesting that the Lord of the Night almost seemingly name dropped the heavenly principles and then immediately course corrected.
Oh,
I was like, oh, you mean the heavenly principles?
Yeah.
I was like, girl, no, you.
I was screaming. I was like, give us a name.
I do.
You were going to say it. Just say it.
I think it's so hilarious how from the very beginning, and then especially after like a very old interview, just looking at the artifacts, the shades were just always here. And then when we finally clocked it, really when it came to Enkanomiya 2, where it's like, yeah, here's life, death, time, space, and logos? Quest of wisdom?
Yeah.
Question mark. So I'm so excited, but I have to wonder myself. They don't like it when you name them, or I mean, no one really knows of them unless you're that kind of person.
Unless you're on the name basis.
Yeah, and so I have to wonder what draws them out, TM, because throughout history, I've been of the belief, like, okay, Istaroth attempts to help people where she can, kind of, in some way. She tried to help Abrax with the Dainichi Mikoshi, and she, alongside the Anima Archon, were worshipped in old or ancient Mondstadt. And then now we see the Shade of Death technically, quote unquote, helping, but, you know, there will be an exchange there. And then is the sustainer space? Like, question mark? I have to know. I need to see, are they going to be playable? Like, I also have to wonder.
You just reminded me of something that I recently saw on Twitter the other day. Have you guys seen the text when you interact with the crafting bench?
Yes. Okay. I'm so, because that was something earlier I wanted to mention when Leah was, but continue. Sorry, I'm just
for those in chat that might not know, the crafting bench mentions earth and water, wind and fire. Craft for me what I desire, and those are 4 elements. And those 4 elements presumably are a reference to potentially the 4 shades. So we know that Istaroth is connected with Mondstadt and the Anima Archon, so that would represent wind. We know that the Shade of Life was created. And also
water.
created the created Egeria, so she represents water. And as of right now in Natlan, Ronova, the Shade of Death, represents fire for you know, creating like the Ode of Resurrection. And Earth, by process of elimination, would be space. And so I thought that was really interesting because you know, all of those involvements with the shades, at least for right now. I also kind of wonder now if there's like anything in regards to Zhongli and his the sussery behind him, and the fact that, like, again, his name can't name anyone in the game after him. And also, I also find it very interesting that, like, all of the other Archons, I believe, hold, like, up a cube of some sort. I'm sorry, not a cube, like a sphere of some sort. But he holds up a cube, like, for his statue of the 7.
He just likes his cubes, Smile. He just likes rocks. He's just a consultant. Don't worry.
Yeah, I'm just a consultant.
He's just a consultant of the Longshan.
No one signs an NDA for good reason.
No, he's just a comfy consultant to the Longshan funeral parlor who really likes his rocks. You know, also shout out the fact that Khaenri'ah was like, hey, if you can uncover this, like, because I think of, well, I can't show it on Zhongli, but the memory of dust makes me cry every day. Both in terms of like lore, but also as a weapon itself. But the fact that, like, the power within, like, it's just Zhongli was never able to, well, I'm sorry, Morax was never able to completely uncover the secret and unlock it. And the fact that it's in its idol is very, like, oh.
Yeah.
But I say that to say, Zhongli isn't suspicious. What do you mean? He's just an old man.
Yeah.
He just doesn't want to be Archon anymore.
Oh, he's so suspicious, and I hate him for it. Ah!
You know what else I realized,
I love him.
So...
How he's a dragon.
Oh, yeah. So, like, I don't know if this is, like, I don't have it yet, but the envisaged echoes are like the little trails that like move with the character, and Zhongli just recently got one. And those are like little diamonds.
Dragon? I thought they were dragon scale.
Well, they were like little diamonds, and I saw on Twitter that someone correlated those little diamonds to like the waypoint marker. Like if you ever like if you have like a quest or something in the game and you have to like go somewhere, it's usually like shaped yellow, like for like the Archon quests, and it's the same like diamond yellow shape as Zhongli's. That could be like an asset thing, but like I was like, I don't know, I felt like that was also kind of like I might already be sus of him, so any possible correlation, I'm like, oh, that's going in the conspiracy file.
I love Zhongli. I think he's funny. Just like in the same sense that Dainsleif is funny. The more I just review Zhongli's voice lines and think about everything that he's done in the past, it's like, okay. Also, like I understand that there's like this mystery as to how the Archons are the way they are. You learn how Venti was originally one of many like whispers in the wind, like a strand of wind, and then A being Makoto's Kagemusha, and like things like that. And then I look back to Zhongli and it's like, oh, I'm sorry, Morax. He just descended at some unknown point in time, you know, as old people do. And he was already a powerful Geo individual before anything happened. And then during the Archon War, he just kind of wrecked shop and just rinsed everyone. And then he was like, all right. And now he's like, okay, I don't want to do that anymore. Goodbye. I'm also an NDA. Don't ask me about Khaenri'ah. It's like, excuse me? Like, excuse me? So, it's like, I have, because we know that Zhong is at least 6,000 years old.
Yep.
And I've never believed that he is just 6,000. I believe that he's such a funny little guy. He's such a funny little guy. You can't fool me, Hoyoverse. You cannot. I'm so sorry.
Do you think he's the Geo Dragon? I mean, he fell out of the sky as a dragon in the Archon Quest. I know that's like, oh, Adepti can change their forms and whatever, but like in hindsight, an Earth Dragon, that's kind of sus.
I mean, he was just being dramatic. Like, I think about for Azhdaha, like, I'm like, oh, I want Azhdaha to be the Geo Sovereign. Same. But also, Azhdaha could just be a very powerful ancient Geo Bishop who's the Lord of Bishops, who's just been underground and Zhongli had to seal away again. But for me, it's like the idea that Zhongli is like the Geo Sovereign who became an Archon and then has an NDA with Celestia, like that's just wild to process for me personally. So, but I feel like I'm going to go on this long tangent. I will say I'm going to need for Zhongli to get his act together. He's going to need to talk to Neuvillette. For me personally, you two both need to interact. I need my dragons to interact.
Yeah, I mean, he directly avoided him during Lantern Rite last year. Like Zhongli like avoided Neuvillette.
He was like, is that
he's like,
so?
He's like
goodbye.
Yeah, he's like, I don't want to be judged on this day. I'm not ready for my day in court.
Rue, did you have anything you wanted to add? Or I'm sorry for like rambling about Zhongli. I feel like it's a whole, like a dissension, no pun intended, actually pun intended, with Zhongli because of how suspicious, quote unquote, he is. Because even learning about his history, you don't like ancient Morax history, you don't really know about. You know of his deeds, but you're not going to learn about where he came from. You're not. You also won't know about how so much. You won't. But then he's like, anyway, I've discovered this really new hobby that I really like. Like, mind you, why is it also, I feel like every new region we have a new name for him.
Oh yeah?
Which is hilarious. Because like when we learned about Deus Ari from Neuvillette, I'm okay, Zhongli, come on.
That was a dope, that was a really cool name for him.
I love this silly old...
I hate him. Lovingly.
No, he's so great. It's fine. It's fine.
I said lovingly. I hate him lovingly. Affectionately.
I hate him affectionately. I mean, I just need Neuvillette and Zhongli to have a conversation. That's all. Also, I cannot wait. I wonder if I'm like looking through his voice lines. I can't wait for his voice line about Mavuika. I can't. So
that's gonna be good.
So we were talking about the Geo Archon here, and I remember when Genshin first came out and I first started like trying to figure out lore in the game, and one of the over the course of learning, I don't really think I started grasping the lore until after Inazuma came out. I think by Enka, that's when I was like locked in. And I was going through my, it was earlier today, actually. I was going through my note. I was going through like my quest items. And I actually have a quest item from like a Liyue commission from like this one guy. He was like, yeah, I'm collecting like information on like, it was like, I forgot what it was called, but it was like this historian that was like collecting information on like the Lord of Geo for different reasons. And I literally have a text here that says Legend of the Geo Archon, the god of the stove. And I really hated how like even the game would lie straight to my face about this man. Like stolen valor from Marchosius, by the way. But like I don't know. I just thought that was like sometimes even the text is like not a good like narrator of information. And again, it was about Zhongli.
I'm also still thinking about the contract the Traveler has with Zhongli, and specifically him being like, you and I have a contract, so feel free to discuss anything at all within the scope of said contract. Like, okay, yeah, a new one, in fact. So feel like if I think of the characters, yeah, Zhongli, Traveler, obviously, Mona, Dainsleif, Capitano, Pyro, Fischl, Khaenri'ah, Albedo, yeah, they're all. Oh, I'm sorry, I just went through my character list and I saw Aloy. Poor Aloy. Just some more Aloy. Oh,
unofficial fifth descender.
Yep. But yeah, I thoroughly look forward to what we learn more. Also, I want to shout out to A for giving us a little bit, like the little tease of, oh, I don't give out vision. Then we learn all of that.
Oh, yeah.
So now, well, I have theories as to like phlogiston and the power of Pyro and Natlan, but that's involving like World Quest stuff. So in a future point, I'll elaborate on that. But yeah.
We went kind of hard today.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like there's so much. Like I genuinely can talk about Genshin Lore for hours and
Same.
I love it. I just know that once it's like, oh, I'm really excited about Genshin Lore, but also I'm getting hungry.
No, that's fair. I'm actually the same. I'm like, oh my god, it's almost 10 o'clock where I am.
Been almost 5 hours.
Yeah,
5 hours of
time
Genshin
flies.
Lore. Well, time flies when you have fun, and then also the fact that we haven't really done this in like at least, especially with Arnold, we haven't had you here before. Yeah. So it's just a bunch of friends just screaming about stuff.
This is a typical stream for me. 5 hours of yapping.
I mean, that's fair too. I understand. I guess, I'm really excited. It would be actually, I feel, even longer if we had World Quest stuff.
Yeah,
but like,
I'm definitely prioritizing like capping up on everything before 5.2. Like, I'm actually like kind of glad that there wasn't any type of like region expansion this patch, because I already knew like 5.0 stuff I still had to clean up. So I'm definitely planning on following up on all of that. So I don't know if you guys we can like eventually like follow up with like World Quest stuff and like pretty much talk about anything once like before 5.2. That'd be fun.
Yeah, I absolutely would be down for that, and I think that'd be really
I
fun.
would certainly enjoy that. And I feel like like I said, it works better when we break down like specific like topic. So it's like not 10 hours of just screaming about things.
Wayward discussion. I mean, those are also fun too, like going off the beaten path. Like I feel like we
no, absolutely.
Yeah, I liked how we were able to talk about, I feel like we touched up on pretty much everything of like Archon Quest consequence, I would say.
Yeah, I agree too. I do think as well for the future, when it comes to World Quest stuff, it gives everyone more time to fully digest the information that's given, because World Quests are obviously about world building for the most part, so you get a lot more information.
Yeah.
So I think that's better. So we focus on, Archon Quest, then World Quest, and then, should there be an event, we can have one about the event and its quests and
actually,
and all of that as well.
Yeah, so. for the next, when we do this again, if we're able to by the end of this patch, Nikita's birthday is coming up next, which is exciting.
When I woke up, I was in a flower carriage. So yeah, I definitely think we can do that, just schedule it. And I also think too, for everyone across communities, there, lingering questions, and we, once we have this again, would be really, really fun to just explore, because we'll have more information by then, and then we'll be able to really, further bounce back on stuff. So, I mean, I really look forward to it. I've been yapping up a storm, so I apologize for talking over.
No, that's fine. Thank you guys for Well, I guess Leah's not here either. She's like hosting us in this world, but I'm glad that I was able to join in on this one. I knew after finishing it, I was like, okay, I have a lot to say, and I know who I want to talk to about it. And I'm gonna make like I was like we have to get together and discuss this because like we had so much payoff, and
I agree.
It was great.
Well, thank you. It's always such a pleasure. I genuinely love talking about Genshin Lore with everyone, and I know I ramble a lot, so I apologize. I have to get my mind together when I try to, articulate my words better, but it truly is such a fun time just talking about lore for hours with people and seeing what everyone thinks.
I love it. It's like I don't have to talk all the time. I can take a little break and I get to hear cool new ideas, new perspectives. I love new perspectives. Like, wow, I didn't think about it from this angle. Like, I love that. It's fun.
Yeah, because now I'm going to be thinking about how you mentioned about Il Capitano and the Shade of Death earlier, and how the Curse of Immortality is connected to the Shade of... Like, thank you for that.
Yeah, I'm gonna
be thinking about that
play
forever.
Act 5, and if that happens, I'm gonna be like, she called it.
Rue called it. Rue called it. It was Rue. Rue Ghostwriter.
It was a thought experiment.
No. I've learned in Genshin Impact specifically, when you have crack conspiracy theories or just little, maybe like what if, or this would be funny, haha, ends up being true and then ends up being canon. So, who knows? But yeah, this was really, really fun.
Yeah, also, thank you to everyone that tuned in across all of our channels and chats. The fact that y'all are even still here definitely proves that this is an underserved aspect of Genshin content, and we hope you guys enjoyed yourselves and you guys had a lot of fun hearing us yap, and I know a lot of people in chat were also having some discussions too, so I hope you guys all had fun.
I agree. Thank you all so much.
I tried to keep up with like 3 different streams and their chats, but it's very hard.
Yeah,
because
so
I also need to
we
participate.
We tried to, so we were all coming to realize that Twitch actually has some features that could help out in that, but we discovered it at like the 11th hour. So I think by next time, I think Twitch has like a share chat feature, so like it blends all of your chats into one, so people talking in my chat or Kiryuko's chat or Leah's chat, like it'll all be converged into one. So like they'll only, I think chat, I don't know if chat will be able to see, but we'll be able to see all of the, like everyone together. So so that'll make things easier for us next time, so we're not all like having multi pop-ups up.
Yes, and that'll definitely help navigate things better. I'll also have, more questions and things so that we can have more stuff. Of course, making sure everyone is on the same page in terms of what we're all caught up with, because don't want anyone to get spoiled.
Yeah.
So yeah,
you're a great host too, by the way. Like I know you were like the priority speaker.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Like
I have to learn more. I promise I'll do better in the future, but thank you very much. It really means a lot. I definitely want to continue this because it's so fun to do. And I look forward to, what everyone else has to say. It really means a lot that so many people also genuinely are so interested in Genshin's lore and just listening about it with, other people. So yeah, like that makes me so happy.
Same. It's like very like, oh, like a community.
Yay.
All right. I'm gonna close out my stream for tonight, but it was a pleasure talking to both of you guys. I will see how I fare over the next couple weeks, and I guess we can figure out, like, probably during the second half, if or when we're able to get together and do something else. Someone can probably also tell Leah she can log out of her game now.
Oh yeah, probably.
Okay, well, thank you guys again, Arnold. It was such a nice, like, this is the first time we've actually talked.
I know. I told that to I said that to Kiryu when we started. I'm like, this is the first time I'm actually going to be like verbally speaking to Rue outside of like talking to you and Owl when you guys stream together.
Yeah, so it's like really fun and surreal.
Yeah, it was also like very natural. It was I really liked it.
Yeah, so I'm definitely looking forward to future chat. So
yeah, I'll be playing catch up, so I'll definitely let you guys know.
Great. So I'll be closing out my stream as well, but thank you all for stopping by, and I look forward to the future.
Bye, everybody.
All right, bye, everyone.